Before we begin major events, we start with a little safety announcement. I am responsible for your safety. I'm the responsible safety officer. So if we do have something where I need to ask for your help, please follow my guidance. The exits are right behind us. These exit doors, and the stairs down to the street is right closest behind this door. We'll go across and meet at National Geographic. I'll order ice cream and we'll say thanks for our survival. Okay? But nothing's going to happen. I just want you to know, but do follow my instructions if we have to. I'm delighted that we can be here. This is an issue I'm particularly interested in for lots of different reasons. I mean, there's no plausible way we're going to get to a low-carbon environment without nuclear, in my personal view. I think that we need nuclear energy as part of the portfolio of our resources for a national energy strategy. We certainly need to be in the leadership forefront of nuclear energy from a non-proliferation standpoint, from a global leadership standpoint. So there's so many reasons why we need to be looking at the future of nuclear energy, and there's no one better here to help us with that than Secretary Ernie Moniz. I've had the privilege and the great pleasure to have known Ernie for over 20 years and know we've only had maybe Jim Schlesinger that had the scope of Ernie's talent and capabilities to be Secretary of Energy. We're just so fortunate that he's been willing to serve during this time. And I know there's probably no other secretary except Jim and probably Jim Watkins that knew as much about nuclear energy as Ernie Moniz. So in addition to everything else he's had to do during this tenure, he has kept a focus on nuclear energy, and we're very glad that he's willing to share those insights and perspective with us this morning. So would you please, with your applause, welcome Secretary of Energy Ernie Moniz.
Well, thank you, John. This is indeed a subject that we have discussed often and certainly share most of our views, at least, including the one about nuclear as a critical option to keep on the table, certainly as we go forward in addressing a number of challenges, including climate change. And I might add that the President Obama, has been very consistent in espousing that position as well. In fact, I would just note that I think, 2 weeks ago or so on the South Lawn with Leonardo DiCaprio, he again talked about how nuclear had to be in the conversation for sure. And in fact, he raised not only its carbon emission benefits, but also invoked the issue of we have to keep the international dialogue going and be an active player on that. So I think you can go back and check the transcript of that discussion. And I'll return to those subjects, obviously. But now, today's meeting, and again, I appreciate the invitation from John and Sarah, is nuclear energy at a crossroads, and given what we just said, one might say, why are we at a crossroads? And because Yogi Berra had the famous, if you come to a fork in the road, take it. And I don't know if that's the situation we're in, but I actually think that we do have a set of deliberate choices that we are going to have to make, and we're going to have to make them, in my view, over roughly a 5-year period. That is kind of I think, a window where a whole bunch of decisions will need to be taken. So I'm going to actually talk, and how long am I supposed to talk for, by the way? Oh, as long as I like. All right. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear. Anyway. So I will talk about 8 developments. First, just kind of naming them and why I think that they are important and present kind of a 5-year window for some action, even though many of them may have much longer timescales going forward. So number one in that list is, not surprising, probably the fate of our existing plants existing nuclear plants and the implications for carbon emissions. Again, I'm assuming this is a very knowledgeable audience. I'm not going to give a lot of the background. You all know about the closure of various plants, but I would just note that these announcements or closures that we have seen now in these last few years, I would put it in the context of the Clean Power Plan, which does have a 5-year kind of a time frame, 2018 implementation plans, 2022 coming into force. I'm assuming, of course, that the current litigation is resolved in a way that the Clean Power Plan does move forward on that time scale. But there is this irony, and I think a need for a real transition plan as we have this set of closings, especially in certain parts of the country, just as we have to face up to the states coming forward with their implementation plans and having their options narrowed is not exactly the way to approach that. Now, we all know about New York and their clean energy plan, some contest there, but innovative way of preserving some plants. Illinois, perhaps following. But anyway, that's clearly an important issue. I will come back, given time, and comment on these more. Secondly, I think an important development is that over the next, certainly within 5 years, we will have the 4 new plants in the Southeast coming on. Now, we had Watts Bar 2, of course, come online last week, enter into commercial operation. But I think the really important thing in this question of the path forward will be getting a final resolution of the cost performance, schedule performance, et cetera, with those plants. We already know that there will be mixed reviews there, but understanding the path forward in terms of cost and schedule control, I think will be important. It will be somewhat more clear, but also the fact these first 2 points with the closure of plants, notably not in the Southeast, the building of these new Gen 3 plus plants in the Southeast, of course, also starkly calls into the discussion how different regulatory structures and cost recovery in the United States are so central to what we can see going forward in nuclear power. Third point, if nuclear plants today retire, or at least mostly retire, at 60 years, then the big wave of retirements really starts coming in and around 2030. However, obviously in the utility business, to replace that power, especially to replace that low carbon power, calls for capital allocation decisions certainly on a decadal timescale. In other words, within the next 5 years, we're going to have to start see much more facing up to those large capital planning decisions if plants retire at 60 years. Of course, that raises the issue then, will most plants be able to go 80 years? If that does, that's an enormous deal to shift that 2030 date to beyond mid-century. So that's a very big deal, but certainly with what we know today, we'd have to say that there's some pretty big choices to be made on a kind of a 5-year time schedule. A fourth big issue, which is, I think, roiling, is we need to develop a reliable, resilient, decarbonized electricity system. It's critical to meeting environmental, economic, and security goals. In fact, a decarbonized electricity system is, in any credible model, kind of the lead horse for a deeply decarbonized energy system. But frankly, what that system will or should look like is extremely unclear. that resilient, reliable, decarbonized power system. For one thing, there remain enormous open questions about the valuation of different services and different characteristics of the system. That has tremendous implications for nuclear power. What is the value of fuel diversity? What's the value of baseload? What's the value of capacity? What's the value of storage? ... We are currently well along in our second installment of the Quadrennial Energy Review, and certainly at least defining those valuation questions will be, I think, a very important part of it. But frankly, one can say, well, a system where nuclear power is essential, as John Hamre and I basically said earlier, for this deeply decarbonized sector. We say it's essential, but that is by no means a universally held view. There is certainly the view that energy efficiency combined with wind, combined with solar, combined with natural gas to balance those variable renewables, at least in the nearer term, eventually maybe heading into economical large-scale storage, will be the system. No need for baseload. That is, again, I'm not endorsing that, but that is a statement that is made quite regularly. So these are very, very different views, enormous implications for, again, for nuclear. I believe that we do need to maintain optionality. I also believe that the directions we are going in terms of this grid of the future, once again, given the long time constant of infrastructure investments in this business, that's again going to be, that's not a 15 or 20-year issue. It'll be a 5, maybe a 10-year issue to be resolved. Fifth, there is the back end, spent fuel management. Here, I think the situation that we are in and have been in now for some time is a significant headwind for many decisions in the nuclear space, certainly in various states with various utilities. And here, the issue of getting on with the job of moving spent nuclear fuel away from utilities is central. I continue to believe that consolidated storage, sometimes called interim storage, is absolutely essential. No matter when a geological repository is realized, interim storage should be part of the system. It's something that, independent of geological repository issues, we can move on quickly, and quite literally, if Congress acted to give us the authorities, and whether public or privately held interim storage, we could be having a pilot facility running in not much more than 5 years, in principle, going forward. So that's another major issue. Sixth, in the nuclear fuel cycle and non-proliferation arena. First of all, I think a couple of major developments highlight the importance of these issues. Certainly right now, the continuing, shall we say, active discussions about reprocessing in Northeast Asia. The Iran deal highlight this issue of how nuclear energy develops globally and the non-proliferation challenges. And here, and I think this is, again, a familiar point to this audience, but nevertheless deserves repeating, the role of U.S. companies in global nuclear supply chains really is a very important pillar for what we do in the non-proliferation regime. I mean, in many ways, the 1, 2, 3 agreements are the foundation. Well, in the extreme in which we aren't involved in the nuclear supply chain, they become less compelling instruments for discussion. So this is very important. We know that we are challenged without a major domestic market, and so strong non-proliferation norms through both bilateral and multilateral organizations certainly are helped very much by an active and high-quality nuclear industry in the United States. Seventh, new reactors, in particular, first small modular reactors. Now, again, we expect a first of these to go through NRC licensing in this decade, and potentially be deployed within the following, say, 5 years. I think a real question is going to be obviously understanding their cost performance parameters in the real world. But I would just note perhaps the most critical issue for, I think, the subject that we are discussing right now will be the extent to which that presents opportunities for very, very different financing structures of nuclear reactors. I would just note that if you look at the capital costs for wind and solar, weighted by their capacity factors, they and nuclear are in the same ballpark. But wind and solar, obviously, you can get, if you like, modular wind or solar farms. 100 megawatt scale is kind of a nice number. Now, there are also, of course, financial incentives, and that's one of the discussions about having more of a technology neutral, low carbon, zero carbon environment. But the fact is, the capital cost per unit of capacity, weighted by what matters, the cash flow, is not different. I would just note, actually, there in terms of the scale with solar, just last week, the largest federal purchase of renewable energy was celebrated, and that was something that DOE collaborated on with the Navy, which was the Navy providing a PPA for 150 megawatts of solar built in Arizona to supply 14 Navy and Marine installations in Southern California. And, that was, it provides an attractive cost. It provides a stable cost profile that has a lot of value for planning purposes, and is available in a nice chunk. I would say all of those apply as well, at least potentially, to a small modular reactor. So again, the next 5 years is going to be a big, important period for that. And finally, in number 8, in the context of new reactors, there is, of course, a lot of interest for the much longer term, let's say 2040 and beyond. My advisory board, enthusiastic young people like John Deutsch, seem to think 2030 is possible, but I won't comment on his age. Anyway, molten salt, HTGRs, fast neutrons, you name it, could be very attractive in the longer term. But I would argue, again, there's kind of a short-term decision. The SEAB, Secretary of Energy Advisory Board report that was published about, I forget, 2 or 3 weeks ago, basically was given the charge of answering the question about what would it take in terms of federal support to have a credible chance of bringing, with the private sector, some of these advanced reactors into the marketplace. And again, I will say in 2040 and beyond. And, you know, the answer in the end, I mean, a part of the answer, a simple part of the answer, is that it would take at least $500 million a year of federal support over an extended period for that to happen. And it's a long time period, means if you want to get there in 2040, you start yesterday, in effect. I would just note here that in Paris last year, the Paris Agreement came out, of course, on the last day, by definition, of the Paris meeting. But on the first day of the Paris meeting was the announcement of mission innovation, and that's with a capital M and a capital I, where 20 countries, President Obama, I think, leading the effort, announced the intent to double energy R&D over a 5-year period. I mention that because, and we see John Kotek over there, who heads our nuclear energy program. You know, John today has got a $500–600 million R&D budget. Well, if we just notionally double that, $1 to $1.2 billion a year, suddenly a program that it can include advanced reactor development, in addition to life extension and SMRs and nuclear waste issues, suddenly it becomes possible. So that's an example of how opening up that innovation pipeline will affect many areas of the department's portfolio, but that will include nuclear energy advanced technologies. And again, that mission innovation challenge is to get the budget doubled over the next 5-year period, and there is strong bipartisan support to do that. The trick is obviously to get that enthusiasm matched up with budget numbers. So those are 8 areas where I think, going back to the Crossroads theme, we really have an exciting period ahead of us, and frankly, a very significant number of those have to break right to have a strong nuclear power prospect of the scale that will be material in meeting carbon targets and the like. So I would just, in some sense, derivative of those, note that I think that there are 3 areas that we can talk about as providing the underpinning for why public engagement, public funding, public incentives should be advanced for nuclear energy. One is obviously climate and the decarbonized electricity sector, as we've already discussed. It's absolutely essential that we address this deep decarbonization challenge, and again, that electricity be, in some sense, the lead horse in doing so. Just note that, again, it's been a hell of a year for climate. We've already talked about the Paris Agreement. Now it's coming into force next week. Just a week before last, the meeting in Rwanda on hydrofluorocarbons and the mission innovation that I mentioned. I mean, it's a tremendous amount. Now we have to, again, we have to fund it. We have to move forward. But I do want to say, while climate is the clearest underpinning, in my view, for strong public policy in this arena, industry, frankly, has to have a clearer voice in supporting that position, because that has not been the case, to put it bluntly. And so industry has got to step up, acknowledge this, the importance of this, and not be too cute by half. Second basis for public support is the one about non-proliferation and nuclear supply chains. And there I would note that I mentioned the Iran agreement in passing. I just note that that agreement did go into some new directions in terms of safeguards, that may or may not be a harbinger of future development in the safeguards arena. But I would say again, for all of us, including industry, we have to acknowledge this interplay between the proliferation agenda and the energy agenda. It is real, and frankly, it again provides, in my view, a motivation for a strong domestic nuclear energy technology program. The third area is one where it's less clear in the current discussion. I think it's clear as a motivator of public policy, but less clear, and that is the one I did allude to earlier as well, and that is the, what I might call the risk management of electricity system evolution. This issue about reliable, resilient, et cetera, grids, a 21st century grid, the importance of that electricity system development is completely clear because, frankly, I think you can at least make the argument, the simple argument, maybe overly simple argument, that just about every infrastructure in the country depends upon two other infrastructures, electricity and telecom. And indeed, the further integration of those two, IT and electricity, I think is going to be a signature of how our system evolves. Now, we have a set of technologies, which includes nuclear, it includes renewables, that are essentially high capital, low operating cost. And the question is mixing that, as we are seeing increasingly today with natural gas coming into the system, with what are basically low capital and high fuel cost risk technologies, namely natural gas. Now today, of course, natural gas is growing so rapidly because it has low capital cost and low fuel costs. But I think building a system around a dominant role for natural gas going into the future is not an exercise in proper risk management in terms of exposure to the unknowns of future fuel cost. But we face highly distributed decision-making in this sector, in a fragmented regulatory regime that makes this kind of system optimization very, very difficult to actually achieve. This is a critical, in my view, public discussion about options values, and it is one that I think, if done properly, could be, again, a third pillar of the importance of public engagement in promoting the nuclear energy sector. So that was my introduction. Now I had comments about each of these 8, but let me see if there's a few that I just want to, I've covered a lot of it, but a few that I'll bring out. Well, one is, and certainly on the issue of existing nuclear plants, just want to emphasize that we think in the end, interactions with the states is absolutely critical. That's where a lot of the action is. And for example, John Kotek, who I already alluded to, and Dave Foster, who's our senior advisor basically for job strategy, we had them go out to Illinois, for example, for a meeting hosted also by labor unions to help that discussion in Illinois, for example. And mentioning labor unions, I want to make, this is a bit of an aside, but it is important for the infrastructure. I just want to say that, in my view, we have not done enough to put a jobs strategy at the core of a climate strategy. And I think that's something worth thinking about a lot more. Frankly, it's something that can be of quite some relevance in the nuclear sector. We also hosted a meeting on Capitol Hill on this question of extending current reactors. On life extension, we have a whole bunch of programs. I won't mention them in detail, but that remains very critical for the reasons we said earlier, to push out at least a major potential retirement wave of nuclear plants to mid-century. Maybe I'll just a couple of comments on spent fuel, we continue to emphasize, and Allison McFarland is here, my Blue Ribbon Commission partner, there may be others in the room as well, but there we continue to emphasize, whether it's storage or repositories, consent-based siting we just think is absolutely essential. We never said it would be easy. We just said you're not going to get there without it, and that remains the case. And I would just, again, once more, talk about the importance of the storage option as something that we can move quickly. It's time to stop having that as hostage to other issues, because this is a critical 5 years, and we're going to just mess up a whole bunch of important decisions in this time period if we just don't move forward. It is not helpful to have this as hostage to other decisions. I think with that, I'll skip the rest of my comments and engage in some discussion. Thank you.
Well, Secretary Muniz, we have two options. We can either invite you back for a master class where you could, expound on the 8 for the better part of a morning, which
I'll have more time in 88 days. Right.
But I know everybody would like to ask you some questions. So why don't we get a show of hands? I'll collect 3 questions at a time. But what I'm going to do is take the liberty of asking you at least one. For those of you who haven't been paying attention, I know a lot of people have, Secretary Muniz has given a number of recent talks on nuclear energy on a whole bunch of these initiatives that he's been talking about, and they really do go into some of the detail that you were just talking about. You mentioned the CAB report, which I think was a really interesting one, and that pointed out, the youthful John Deutsch pointing out that it's a heavy lift to do what you're talking about, right? Which is to be able to deploy multiple different kinds of nuclear energy technology in a robust way between 2030 and 2050. But it is absolutely essential to getting to deep decarbonization. And one of the problems we have now is that we may have increasing signals that there is a policy and societal imperative to reduce emissions, but it's certainly not on the order of what is required out beyond sort of the mid-century or even beyond 2030. And so one of the interesting things I thought about the report is it talks about both reducing the cost of the existing, nuclear reactor design, being able to deploy small modular reactors, and then sort of working on advanced nuclear reactors. You have talked a lot about a robust innovation agenda, but that's a lot. I mean, it's a lot to do those things. And even the report points out, what a big lift that is for a federal agenda. Given that you've got about, 88 days left, at least in this administration, what is it that you think of your 8 things can really be prioritized in the federal agenda? And do we need to be working on all 3 of these technologies for your electricity risk mitigation, strategy? Or, back to that sort of quintessential question about picking and choosing technologies, is there somewhere, if you had to pick one, you would focus your time?
Well, let me say first a couple of comments on the CAB report. I would not say that these advanced reactor technologies are essential for deep decarbonization. The question is, if they are developed, and it's a big lift, as you said, and the CAB said. I mean, anything that requires a multi-decadal effort with significant resources is difficult. But I think the CAB message is that there is the potential for more attractive technology and maybe less costly technology than our current technology. And if that were realized, then that would be a major contributor potentially to deep decarbonization. But I think it's not absolutely essential. Similarly, small modular reactors as opposed to, gigawatt scale reactors is not absolutely essential. The question is whether it opens up, in that case, particularly new financial structures that may make it much easier to build. But the issue is nuclear power as a quote zero carbon source in any case. Now, in terms of going forward and what we need to do, and especially at the federal level, of course, with regard to existing reactors, there's a question as to whether or not Congress would put in incentives analogous to those for other zero carbon sources. I think obviously the NRC will be engaging on these questions of life extension, and again, as I said, whether or not the 80-year lifetimes past the NRC is a critical issue, very critical issue for this timing and the intersection with the carbon trajectory. I'm not making any predictions, but that's clearly something quite important. I would say again, I emphasized it, getting on with this consolidated storage, public or private, or maybe public and private, is something that we need to do pronto. There's no reason for us not to do it other than what I would call the current hostage situation. And I think we really need to advance the SMR agenda for the reasons I said earlier. But the last thing I'll just go back to in those 8, and we really need to address it, is this question of valuation of services and characteristics in the grid, and to do so systematically, needs us to face up to this fragmented regulatory structure. Now, look, I mean, we already noted that, maybe slightly oblique, but, we don't see nuclear plants closing in the upper Midwest and new plants being built in the Southeast because of genetic differences. It's called a regulatory structure. And that raises the issue of when you consider that most of our sources are fundamentally, relative to natural gas, higher capital cost per unit of capacity, lower operating costs, and certainly, I want to emphasize, low risk operating costs, because you don't have the fuel cost uncertainty. Is that something that we are going to value strongly and put into our regulatory structure more broadly or not? Those are the kinds of questions that we just have to face, because we are fundamentally narrowing our options for the power system that we need going forward, that has low carbon and that is resilient to the highly evolved threat spectrum that we have to our infrastructure. So that's one where it's not so straightforward. I would say the others are hard, but conceptually straightforward to address. This one is hard in all dimensions, but absolutely critical.
Okay, the Secretary's got a hard stop in about 5 minutes, so if I'm going to collect 3 questions, you're going to have to be quick. So name and affiliation, question in the form of a question. We'll start right here.
Thank you. Stephanie Cook with Nuclear Intelligence Weekly. Exelon recently told us that they have an experimental program to put their reactors into load following mode. And the instrumentation has been put in the reactors that are most at risk in Illinois. But if they do this, it'll be on a fleet-wide basis as of next year, or they'll be moving next year. How does that affect the per unit cost of nuclear in your program to kind of come up with that kind of grid and the valuation question you mentioned?
Do we have another one lined up? Why don't you just turn right there?
Hi, Murray Hitzman, United States Geological Survey. Europe is obviously ahead of us in storage, both interim and geological. Are we taking enough advantage of the knowledge we're getting from Europe and using that?
For what kind of, did you say what kind of storage?
Both interim and geologic.
Oh.
So in Scandinavia?
Yeah, for spent fuel.
Yeah, for spent fuel. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, because I thought you meant grid storage. No, okay.
We got one right here.
Tim Fox from Clearview Energy Partners. You mentioned the fragmentation, how some plants are closing in restructured states and some are not. When you also talk about some of these state programs, how do those state programs, does the DOE have a view on how those state programs can work, or do they interfere with the intentions of the wholesale markets?
Okay, so we loaded you up for your last 5 minutes.
Say it again?
I said we loaded you up for your
Oh.
last 5 minutes. But
All right. Well, very briefly, well, on the load following, of course, obviously we know it can be done. Again, it's done in France, and it was designed into their system from the start with about, I think it's around 40% of their plants with that capability. The problem, and certainly if one thinks about new plants in a, in this power system of the future, it's not very attractive to be turning down the wick on a high capital cost asset. And so, I think that certainly for the future, for the longer term future, it's really a question of coming to grips of what is kind of the right kind of balance in a system with base load, with variable, with gas and storage. I would just note that I think if you look at the Diablo Canyon situation, I mean, I think that's where you saw a perfect or imperfect storm with very, very strong demand-side programs in the state, significantly increased renewable portfolio standard with dispatch requirements, plus the dramatic, significant expansion, at least potentially, of aggregators and kind of competing with the utility model. And I think, that's a case where I think if you look at it, you can see that capacity factor would be an issue for the future operation of those plants as all those things come together. I'm not arguing for or against any of those issues. I'm just saying that I think we have a set of policies that are not being kind of integrated in this bigger sense. I think on the storage, well, I think obviously we follow very closely what's happening in Europe, and there certainly is more advancement in a number of countries. What we are doing is looking at 3 different geologies right now in more depth. But I think the other lesson from the European situation, which is not geological, it is, again, going back to this consent-based, and I think there was a much more of a public process that was carried out, and it may take longer, you think, but actually it takes less time to actually get where you want to go. So I think that's important. And with the states, I've forgotten exactly what the question was, but it was about the regulatory.
yeah, it was on the difference in the regulatory structure and the incentive programs in the different states, and whether or not DOE has a view on them and whether they mess up the.
Yes, we have a view. Look, we, again, as I said, and there's no point going into great detail, but the regulatory structure is, again, fragmented. Personally, I don't see, I'm not wishing one way or the other. I just think as a statement of fact that the state-based system is in place and is likely to stay in place. There are, some regional coordination, and there's obviously, ISOs, et cetera. But fundamentally, we are emphasizing working closely with the states. And the main thing that we do is provide technical assistance. So we provide analysis in various ways. We did have a proposal to significantly increase our state assistance budgets, which unfortunately, at least is not in the current marks in the appropriations. We'd like to get back to that. But I'll just give you one example of kind of a different kind of thing that we are doing that, again, is in the assistance mode. But in this case, we put together a partnership with a set of labor unions so that we could provide advice to states in putting together their CPP implementation plans in ways that maximize jobs and infrastructure growth. So that's a kind of a different kind of technical assistance that we are providing, and again trying to then integrate our overall energy strategy with a job strategy. Okay.
Well, Secretary Muniz, on behalf of all my colleagues here at CSIS, I just want to thank you so much for coming by today and sharing your great thoughts. I think you've kicked off this conference in a really great way, so please join me in thanking the Secretary for being here today.
I'm looking for the answers.
We'll give you the answers. Thanks very much. Nice to see you, okay? Thanks. If you could all just please stay seated. The Secretary has another appointment to get to, and we're going to get started on the first panel of the day. So if you could just stay seated while he exits the room. Okay, great. Well, thank you guys very much for your cooperation during the transition to the first session. I think if the first speakers want to come up to the podium and take your seats, we'll be getting started in just a moment. Just by way of introduction, my name is Sarah Ladislaw. I'm the Director and Senior Fellow here at the Energy and National Security Program, and we are really, really pleased to have all of you here today for our conference on nuclear energy at a crossroads. We called it Nuclear Energy at a Crossroads because for the last year while we've been planning this session, you know, we look around the world and like all of you certainly see a world in which there are some places where nuclear energy is flourishing. New plants are being built, capacity additions are being added, and other places where it's not doing quite as well. And so we wanted to structure a day-long session or half-day-long session where we could focus on the reasons for this. What are some of the drivers? And then what are potentially some of the implications of those changes? I want to give a great deal of credit to both my colleague, Jane Nakano, who's a senior fellow and really heads up all of our nuclear energy work. This is her brainchild, and she's done most of the work in putting it together, so we're deeply appreciative of her doing that. But also, we can't put on big, fancy day-long conferences without swanky receptions afterward, without some support from some funders. And so we're really appreciative to Hitachi GE Nuclear Energy, Mitsubishi Nuclear Energy Systems, and the Japan External Trade Organization for your wonderful support for this really, really important topic. So thank you very, very much. We're going to get started with two excellent presentations just to set the scene today. And those are going to be from my colleagues who have very obediently just joined me, so thank you very much. Laszlo Varro, who's the chief economist for the International Energy Agency. Laszlo, don't get too embarrassed, is one of our favorite speakers here at CSIS because he's always informative and entertaining. And when he comes to town, he does multiple things. Like tomorrow, he's also going to be doing the investment outlook here that the IEA just published. So please come back for that if you can. And then Frank Graves, who's the principal and utility practice area leader at Brattle Group. And they're going to make up what we thought is essential at any of these sessions, which is really let's lay the groundwork. All of you and many of you in the audience are deep nuclear experts. We're really pleased to have so many of you here. But we really thought it was good to sort of lay the groundwork for what's actually going on out there in the world of nuclear. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about the United States, but around the world as well. And what are some of the economic drivers, regulatory drivers for its success or slowdown as we're seeing it. We're then going to move on to a second panel, which are key developments in the global nuclear industry. And I think this is something Secretary Muniz just brought up, which is clearly how important the shape and the health and the structure of the industry is for especially the nuclear power sector. It certainly matters no matter what energy source you're talking about, but nuclear energy is indeed special in thinking about supply chains and how the industry is structured. And then finally, we're going to to talk about nuclear retirements, the policy, economic, and climate implications. We mean both purposeful retirements, those that are planned, and those that just seem to be happening, because we don't actually think there's a robust enough dialogue about what happens when you find yourself retiring all of this nuclear capacity and the costs and issues that go along with that as well. So we're really glad to have all of you here today for that. Remember, this is on the record being webcast, so if you are participating online, please feel free to email or text us in questions and get involved in the discussion. So without further ado, I think we're going to go to Laszlo first for your presentation. If you just grab that keyboard. And we'll do the two presentations, have a bit of a discussion, and then move on with the audience, okay?
Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. And Sarah was kindly enough forecasted that the two presentations will be excellent, and I hope that she will maintain this view afterwards. Can I have my slides up?
You just next
year. I just have to put it up. Very good. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have a quick round the world tour for what do we see about nuclear power. But following the comments of Secretary Moniz, I think it's appropriate to start this round the world tour in Paris with the Paris Climate Summit, where less than a year after, I have to say that what I'm really astonished and somewhat concerned about is the mission accomplished attitude. Okay, this overall feeling that we signed the big agreement. It's like in the Lord of the Rings movie. We have the new alliance. The world is saved. We can all go home. That is absolutely not true. The proper image is arriving at a base camp and looking at a frightening peak to be climbed. When we assessed the national contributions to the Paris Climate Summit, the national commitments, it's not trivial to translate them to energy fundamentals, but when you do, then it turns out that if every promise that was made in Paris is kept by the letter, nobody was bluffing, nobody chickens out, every promise is kept, then by the 2030s, we still have more than 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions gap between a climate stabilization trajectory and what we can achieve on the basis of the Paris summit. Now that is much more than 10 times the US Clean Power Plan. So we have more than a dozen US clean power plants needed somewhere in the world, including here in the United States and many other countries, in order to plug the gap. So this is a very, very strong ambition, and we require a rapid and throughout restructuring of the energy system. And just like the Secretary mentioned, that the electricity is the key of this sector, and where we will need to adjust our mindset, because in the past decade, the large majority of decarbonization was actually achieved by natural gas, switching from coal to natural gas. Now, in the context of the Paris commitments, natural gas is a high carbon energy resource, not a low carbon energy resource, because the way the electricity system will need to evolve, then within a decade, the average carbon intensity of the power system will have to fall to below the best combined cycle gas turbines. So the days when we could rely on natural gas to deliver carbon dioxide emissions are going to be over very soon, because we have to move beyond that in a fast speed. And that the only way it is possible is a large-scale application of low-carbon electricity production. Now then, continuing the around the world tour to China, where at the global level, the nuclear investment numbers are actually not bad. In fact, last year, we have seen the highest nuclear investment this century. It nicely recovered from the gap caused by the Fukushima accident, but this is practically entirely due to China. So China has a quite robustly pro-nuclear government. It has well-capitalized state-owned nuclear utilities, and it has large state-owned banks which are prepared to lend billions in order to further the strategic objectives of the government. Now, when you have this triangle, then things happen, and what is happening in China is, on average, a nuclear reactor coming online every quarter. It's a very nicely predictable nuclear reactor in every quarter of year type of effort. Very interestingly, after a decade of double-digit electricity consumption growth, the electricity demand growth in China has really slowed down. Last year it was only 0.5%, so essentially stagnated. This year so far it's around 2%, still very slow. So far, the slowdown of electricity consumption growth in China had no measurable, visible impact on the determination to build up nuclear capacities. Consequently, the share of nuclear power is actually growing more rapidly in China than what we previously expected, because the nuclear capacities are coming into the system, which is not growing as rapidly as it used to. So China is, of course, heavily investing into renewable technologies as well. But as of today, the nuclear investment program has a bigger impact on the Chinese energy system than solar PV. So it's it plays a quite significant role. Now, another very interesting country is Russia, which Russia, to be very fair, is not really a cutting-edge frontrunner of climate policy. In fact, a very prevalent view in Russia, which is often features in the Russian media, that what's wrong with Siberia becoming 2 degrees warmer. So there's no strong climate policy in Russia, and also Russia is a country which has limitless supplies of abundant, cheap domestic gas. So on a pure economic basis, new nuclear construction is not really viable in Russia. But at the same time, the Russian government very strongly believes that they want to maintain a strong nuclear industry and they want to maintain a strong nuclear capability. Rosatom is a company which has an integrated operation from uranium mining to reactor maintenance, plus fulfilling the defense orders from the Russian armed forces. The 9 nuclear power plants are under construction in Russia, all state-owned and state-funded. Plus, they play a very interesting role internationally. There's still a critical mass of countries out there who would like to build their first nuclear power plant, or you would like to build another one. Vietnam, Turkey, South Africa, Yemen, Egypt. If you are a prime minister of such a country, what you face is that the Western utilities are running to the hills. The Western banks won't talk to you. Pretty much your best bet is to invite President Putin and have a conversation with him. In the past 2 or 3 years, President Putin signed various contracts, so altogether 36 nuclear power plants, everywhere from Bangladesh to Jordan. Now, do I believe that this will be 33 real nuclear power plants operating? No, definitely not. Not all of them will be built, but at least some of them will be built, and certainly they will play a non-negligible role. Now, then, a third very interesting country which I would touch upon is India, where in the West we tend to talk about China and India in one sentence as if the two countries were very similar. So they are absolutely not. And from an energy point of view, the biggest difference is that the two countries, they do actually have a similar population, but China consumes 4 times more electricity than India. So the Chinese countryside is already comprehensively electrified, whereas in India this is not the case. 240 million people are still without electricity, and another 500 million have electricity but don't yet own a refrigerator. So there is a very robust growth of baseload electricity demand in India. In Europe and in the United States, we can have a legitimate debate to what extent baseload is still a relevant concept in our power systems. In India, there is absolutely no doubt that baseload demand will increase for decades to come. The Indian government is supportive of nuclear at the federal level, but India is also an extremely densely populated country with very complicated land use issues and very complicated legal and licensing issues, and pretty much every nuclear project in India get bogged down in some quite complicated issues at the local level. Some of the projects can manage this, and India is bringing nuclear capacity online. A plant here, a plant there. We think the nuclear program will continue in India, and if and when India moves to a genuine climate stabilization trajectory, nuclear will play some role in that. But India is actually on track for more like a coal plus renewables power system, where the expansion of solar is the real diversification. Coal is growing in India, so whatever they do with solar, that's on top of coal. And nuclear is more like an accompanying secondary factor. So even when we modeled the climate stabilization 2-degree scenario, India ended up with something like 14% share of nuclear in their power system, even under extremely strong climate policy assumptions. Now, then I combined Europe and the United States to the quote-unquote West, where up until recently, this is 2010, nuclear was by far dominantly the largest low-carbon source. Wind already got started in the previous decade. Solar was in infancy. And this is the picture today. Wind and solar has been growing very, very dynamically. Nuclear has been shrinking in the West. In fact, if you take the renewable investments and the nuclear decommissionings, this decade, Europe and the United States spent on average $23 billion every year in building windmills and solar panels, which don't contribute to decarbonization at all, simply replace decommissioned nuclear power plants, so replace one type of low-carbon resource with another type of low-carbon resource. And if we just quietly let nuclear go, then with the current investment momentum, by 2030, we would replace nuclear with wind and solar in Europe and the United States. But that, of course, means that at 2030, we will be at square one for decarbonization. There would be no decarbonization at all until 2030, whereas by 2030, we would have to be almost complete. So that's a very worrying signal in my view. We have had a lot of debates with the green community about our 2 degrees climate stabilization modeling, where we do assume a role for nuclear power, which is not very popular among the green community. And this graph is usually our answer to that by all means, in Europe and the United States, our modeling of the 2 degree of the climate stabilization transition assumes an extremely robust ramp up of wind and solar power. So we are pushing wind and solar very, very hard into the European and the American power system for a low carbon pathway. By the way, we are also pushing some other renewables very hard to the power system, which are currently not progressing very well. So our 2 degree scenario includes a lot of concentrated solar in the United States, and it includes a lot of biomass in Europe, none of which is currently on track. And chances are that wind and solar has to chip in to compensate for the failures in concentrated solar and biomass. Now, you raise the bar very, very high if you want to go even further and if you wanted to replace nuclear as well. Now, with the recent technological developments, wind and solar is getting really, really cheap. So again, 5 years ago, I think it was legitimate to argue that nuclear is the lowest cost low carbon source. This is no longer necessarily true, especially in attractive natural conditions. Wind and solar has an unbeatable levelized cost. But I should add 2 things. One is that the recent decline of prices in auctions, because what you see in the graph is not a cost assessment based on a spreadsheet model. These are real-life contracts that real-life investors signed PPAs in various parts of the world. Now, the decline in PPA prices for wind and solar is more rapid than what you can explain with technology developments only. So part of the reason is quantitative easing. The way the ultra-low interest rates are feeding into wind and solar investments by the appropriately designed contractual structures. But of course, capital-intensive technology like nuclear can also benefit from a low cost of capital. So if you put up different regulatory structures, and I put up real-life projects, so for the same investment costs, a project which is operating in a competitive wholesale commodity market like the South Texas project, which died some years ago, that would have been a merchant nuclear power plant project. There, it is reasonable to apply, say, a 12% cost of capital, and you have a well over $150 per megawatt hour levelized cost. Now, if you have a wholesale market, but you have a long-term contracts for differences, risk management arrangement with a sovereign government, then you can bring down the cost of capital to maybe 9%. That's the case of Hinkley Point. Or if you have a vertically integrated utility operating in a monopoly system, in the current monetary environment, your cost of capital would be around 5%, and then your levelized cost is less than half. That is the case of the project in the Southeast United States. Whereas the other end of the scale, that if you are a sovereign government like Abu Dhabi and you have $600 billion sovereign reserves invested into US Treasury bills at a 1% interest rate, then your effective cost of capital is very, very low indeed. Buying a nuclear power plant in order to reduce your domestic oil consumption and export more oil is an extremely attractive investment opportunity, and this is precisely what Abu Dhabi did. So this is one thing that we have to keep in mind. The second is that the levelized cost of electricity, which is the annual average cost of electricity, is not really a relevant metric in the power system that we are looking into. I do think that if your objective is to have electricity 1 o'clock at noon in California, solar is unbeatable. Because time is in your favor. Or if you want electricity in Wyoming, then wind is unbeatable because space is working in your favor. But the key question is integrating wind and solar into the power system, overcoming the limitations of time and space. Our ability to integrate wind and solar into the power system is improving. There is a very important software level innovation in electricity network operation. But the honest answer is that this ability is improving at let's say, real-life electricity systems are currently operating at 5 to 25% shares of wind and solar production. Sometimes you have some very unusual hours, 85% in Ireland for 1 hour. But those are unusual cases. In terms of annual averages, the typical shares are still moderate. We don't yet know how a 100% wind and solar power system would operate. And some of the key items of integrating renewables might face challenges and might face barriers. Demand-side response, making basically the idea is that we will consume more electricity when the wind is blowing, and we consume less electricity when the sun goes down. There is a good potential for that, and there is a very favorable experience for that. But probably the low-hanging fruit is not scalable in an infinite fashion. I have to admit to you that after 15 years in the energy economics field, I have no idea what is my own retail electricity price. It's somewhere around 12 cents per kilowatt hour. I never bothered checking. So there's a real consumer inertia to be overcome. We should harvest that low-hanging fruit to make the power system more flexible. It's definitely worth working on it, but it is not an infinite opportunity. Also, electricity network development can significantly improve our ability to integrate renewables, because especially for wind, you move 500 kilometers and the weather patterns change. So in the times when there is good wind in the United Kingdom are not identical to the times when there is good wind in Germany. So network development that really helps the integration. But unfortunately, pretty much every electricity transmission project outside China is facing a formidable resistance from local communities. I don't know the US numbers, but I know that in Germany, it's on average a lawsuit for every 100 meters. So if you want to build a new transmission line, then you have one lawsuit for every 100 meters. Everything that we know about the US legal system suggests that I say this metric would be very, very similar in the US as well, probably. People hate high voltage transmission lines. And when we modeled how a power system looks like with 100% wind and solar, those models typically rely on very large scale electricity transmission developments, which might be extremely challenging under the current legal environment. And the last big challenge is that if you are in a moderate climate, so 40 latitude, somewhere around like Beijing, New York, or London, then you have on average 85% of your annual solar production between the middle of March and the middle of October. And this is not something that better technology will solve. This is how God created the solar system. And that, whereas electricity storage technology, in my view, is on track to solve the problems on an hourly time horizon. So using electricity generated at noon, at 8 o'clock in the evening, I think that is a problem which we are on track to solve. But using it in December, what we generated in July, that's way, way beyond any electricity storage technology. So our thinking is our thinking about this is that by the recent progress with wind and solar technology is remarkable and certainly has a potential to reshape the power system. We don't think that we can bet the ranch on wind and solar only. We think that there is a very, very strong value in maintaining a diversified low carbon pathway, given the very big challenge ahead. However, it makes a huge difference whether the policy design has a strong explicit carbon price, which benefits nuclear greatly, or it has a bottom-up mix of various measures, which might not benefit nuclear. So I think the one thing which very strongly benefits nuclear, if there is a proper carbon price as one of the pillars of decarbonization. Another major challenge is that a typical nuclear project is, let's say, $10 billion if you're lucky. Now, the companies that we call large electric utilities, they are roughly $10 billion SaaS companies. So even if you are a large electric utility, you essentially bet the company on one single project, on a technology which has a track record of project management disasters. I mean, the chief financial officer of EDF resigned in protest against the Hinkley Point project because he felt that that's an unmanageable risk for the company. So this is, and I believe this is where small nuclear reactors could play a very significant role in addressing this issue. And last but not least, none of what I said before is a blank check for the nuclear industry to continue what they have done before. So, I mean, if every single nuclear project has a multi-billion-dollar cost overrun, then the future for this technology is not bright. I mean, the industry has to get its act together and has to deliver projects on budget, on time, and then it will have, in my view, a very significant role in a future energy system. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to pass the floor for my colleague. Thank you.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I am the head of the utility practice at the Brattle Group, and we do consulting all around the world, mostly in the United States, but we have offices in all parts of Asia and Europe now as well. And so we're pretty well attuned to what's going on, and we've been very involved in policy discussions about some of the issues that have been framed already, such as what integration looks like and what the viability of nuclear plants ought to be when they don't necessarily internalize most or many of the benefits that they actually provide societally. So this is a big tension, and we need to think through how to make that more clear without undermining market structure. So this is a very interesting problem that's facing the industry. I'll try to give you a little sketch of why it's hard. Unfortunately, I won't give you a great answer to it. Oops, did the wrong button there. Oops, going the wrong way. Okay, I'm going to just talk a little bit briefly about what are some of the economic stresses on nuclear power, just from a U.S. perspective. We have done some environmental analyses of what happens if nuclear plants are taken out, and I'll talk mostly about the market sides of that, because other people are going to talk about environmental later. But I'll show you a couple, and we can compare notes on and perceptions on that. And then a few issues about this integration question. So this is a picture of nuclear operating costs on a to-go basis in the United States on an average cost per plant over the last sort of 15 or 16 years. The bars on the right show you the capital expenditures in the dark blue, then the light blue is the operating expenses, not including fuel, and the sort of gray cap is the fuel costs. So you can see that the left axis is the average cost per megawatt hour of all those costs averaged against the output of the fleet. And you can see that in 2002, the plants were running in the $25 to $30 per megawatt hour range on a to-go basis. They climbed fairly steadily to around $40 by 2012 or so. A lot of that was due to uprates. So various plants were being expanded. There were also plants that were putting investments in for license renewal. And there were some actually relatively modest expenditures that were for increased security following Fukushima, which didn't turn out to be terribly expensive to accommodate, but it did involve some operating procedures. And then since then, things have tapered off. Of course, an issue for planners and forecasters, whether one plant or market analysis, is what is the trend line? Skeptics point to the steady rising costs over most of the time and say nuclear plants are just getting to be more expensive and older, while the proponents tend to see the downward sloping trend in the last few years. So we think it's a little more likely that those were episodic costs and that there is a leveling out or a decline that's happened lately. But it certainly is true that that's by no means assured. The differences, there are differences by type of unit, and the lower bar chart brackets those for all U.S. plants as a whole versus single unit, multi-unit, single operator, and fleet plants. Most of the units that have closed lately, or some of them anyway, have been single unit plants that don't have the benefit of scale economies, for instance, in sharing their maintenance staff and things like that to mitigate some of their overall costs. So these are the, and I'm emphasizing only to-go costs here, nothing about paying for the sunk costs of the financing and so on, which are unavoidable whether the plant operates or not. So in terms of the viability of a plant, it depends on these kinds of costs going forward. So those are the numbers we need to compare to the market, which hasn't been terribly friendly, as you're aware. These are spot prices for all hours energy in 3 or 4 markets. On the left, you see the ISO New England, or the top bar is the average price per year in ISO New England, PJM, and California and Palo Verde. So it gives you a little spectrum. You can see it's been cheaper in the West. And the stacked bar on the right is the average, again, for the whole U.S. fleet for those to-go costs again. And you can see that in recent times, spot prices have been at or below the average cost for the fleet as a whole, which is exactly why we're seeing these shutdowns. And even if you see the dashed lines there on the right, those are the forward prices for power, as measured in futures contracts and forward prices. Just energy, so capacity is not in there. Capacity, in some places, can add a fair amount. If you have a $100 a kW year capacity price for a baseload nuke, that would get you about $12 per megawatt hour more per year of coverage. But in California, for instance, where Songs and Diablo Canyon have both gone away, or about to go away, the capacity market there, the local resource adequacy market, is a kind of a balancing market that's only used after plants have been effectively rate-based through long-term PPAs, and it runs around $30 to $40 a kilowatt year. So you only pick up about $3 or $4 per megawatt hour on average from that. And so if you're a plant like Diablo Canyon running around 35 or 40, even with the capacity price, it's fairly close, at least in recent years, to break even. So that's the stress. Basically, there's 3 sources of the problem. It's low-cost gas, which is, of course, on balance, probably a good thing for us, both environmentally and commercially. The economy has benefited from it. But if you're a baseload power plant owner, it's a pretty unpleasant experience. In fact, even if you're a gas plant owner, it's a fairly unpleasant experience. Excuse me. I think so far this year in California, the average capacity factor on combined cycle plants has been 15%. So there's even the guys who are using this cheap fuel are not getting much out of it. You can see that at Henry Hub, prices have hit on an annual basis so far a little bit above 270, but at various places closer to the shale developments like Dominion South Point, which is just a bit below the Marcellus region, it's almost $1 per MCF lower. So gas is, in fact, gas in early October was running 70 cents per MCF in the Marcellus. excuse me, which means even a 10,000 heat rate gas plant can run for $7 a megawatt hour on a variable cost basis, which is roughly the same cost as nuclear fuel. And they have much lower O&M. Looking forward, it's not massively better. The dashed blue line is the current forward curve at Henry Hub for futures. It is basically flat for 10 years, with in fact a dip over the next couple of years. Most people in the industry do not use forward curve prices for very long-term valuation of their assets because the markets become too thinly traded about 2 years out and probably aren't indicative of expectations. They're just people who have odd positions they have to balance out. But even if you look to a fundamental forecast like AEO's recent 2016 outlook, climbs up to around $4 or $5, so that's going to add back roughly $10 to the market price of power, but not a lot. So that kind of puts you back where, excuse me, nukes are sort of floating right about the surface of the water. Excuse me. The other drivers here are growth. You're probably aware that there's been a massive success for efficiency programs and just changes in home energy use and commercial energy use technology. So if we look at annual average electricity demand growth over the last 100 or 60 years or so, that's shown on the left. We used to be running over 10% per year in growth. Now we're running about 0.9% is the rough average growth rate. And in some places it's below that and is likely to continue to fall for the next few years because the proliferation of these end-use technologies that are going to further take demand off the wholesale end of the spectrum where the nukes live and put it at end use. So for instance, in California, again, the gross load absent the net use is about 0.9%, or 0.5% per year over the next 10 years. But with their projected energy end use changes in solar PV and that sort of thing, it's minus 0.4%. So the net wholesale growth is negative in California. Now that's more extreme than most places because they have a more aggressive set of targets for end use technologies, but they're not alone. Excuse me. Just to show you a little bit about the mix and how renewables have played a role in this. In the upper right, there are two bubbles showing the average shares of generation or total energy in the US from different sources. And in 2000, you see coal was about a little more than half, nuclear was 19%, and gas 15%. All the various renewables added up to about 12%, including hydro. In 2015, you can see we've only had 200 terawatt hours of growth, and nuclear is at about the same place. Coal and gas have basically traded positions, and renewables are up to being about 14.6%. So they still provide less clean energy in total than the current nuclear mix, the same insight that Laszlo pointed out. If you look in the lower left, there are bubbles showing the capacity mix that we have now, which is about 10% nuclear or 9.6%. By 2030, we're projecting, the AEO is projecting only 50 gigawatts of need for additional capacity. And nuclear will still be about the same share, but it's almost all coming out of into renewables and out of coal. So renewables by then will have about 10% more than they have, and they'll be about equal to nuclear in total displacement of carbon by that time. Just one other interesting statistic over on the right, we show the energy intensity of the GNP in the United States, and in 1995 we used 330 gigawatt hours per $1 billion of GDP. Now we're down to 250. So again, there's a big problem here if renewables are going to continue to be added as a policy matter and there's not much growth, then everything else has to get squeezed out basically, and also learn how to compete in this different environment with a different kind of technological infrastructure. And indeed, that is starting to show signs of pain that you're aware of. There are about 13.3 gigawatts of either completed or announced nuclear retirements in the U.S., and they're listed here. Several are pending, but pretty likely, although there's a couple that may get a bailout of sorts through some recognition of their carbon benefits, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But there are many others that are perceived as being at risk, so there's possibly another at least 4 to 8 gigawatts that are on the bubble. So we did an analysis to break this down a little bit ourselves in 2015, just running every nuclear power plant against its actual spot prices at its actual capacity factor and its actual costs against market spot prices and capacity prices where they exist. And we ended up concluding that about 25% of the merchant fleet was either not profitable in 2015 or was within only having a 10% operating margin between its revenues and its to-go costs. And since those revenues are on the order of $30 or $40, that means they have about $3 to $4 of headroom before they are before they're in the red as well. So that's a snug and uncomfortable situation. Again, it's not the whole universe. There were 33 gigawatts that were quite a bit stronger. And we don't mean to imply that this tells you enough about the viability of these plants. This is a one-period snapshot. You should really, in the course of thinking about the viability of a plant, consider, of course, long-term full life cycle scenarios, alternatives, economic development in that time frame, and what sorts of optionality might arise. The biggest optionality that's out there probably is the tightening of and implementation of a true national carbon price mechanism. If that happens, you tend to get uplift in the market because the fossil units that set the marginal price in markets will lift up the price. If, however, that is delayed and or not the type of policy we adopt, and we end up getting a sort of a backdoor carbon policy from all the states implementing their own carbon reduction targets and pursuing preferred technology procurements, which are often, in fact, virtually always renewable based, then what happens is you get lots of price suppression in the markets rather than price uplift. And so, and you get selective favoritism of the technologies that are preferred in those state procurement processes rather than equal attractiveness for anything that can mitigate carbon usage anywhere else. So whether or not you have a safety net from carbon policy depends a lot on how broad it is. CPP itself, as currently proposed, even if it revives, is quite weak as a uplift source. Our simulations of it show that it probably would only cost $8 to $20 per megawatt hour as a marginal cost in most regions, and many barely anything at all. So and it only reduces carbon by a few percent relative to 2012 levels. So it's not a very tight standard. I understand why we're pursuing a good, a start, but we would need something a lot stronger than that to be material recovery there. Now, another thing that was brought up is the difference between regulated and merchant plants. And one of the things that's a problem for merchant plants is they only internalize the value they can capture in the market itself, right? So they see a wholesale price for power and for capacity and energy while they're in it. So while they're in it, they're helping in some places keep that price down. And if that's not enough to keep them viable, they close. What can happen after that is the market itself can become more expensive, carbon emissions can go up, transmission problems can arise, various things can arise as additional needs, but those aren't needs that that party is responsible for serving, nor necessarily even ones that they are unhappy with. So if you own a fleet of multiple plants and your nuclear plant shuts down, it may actually add value to some of your other plants, whereas to consumers, for instance, that's a net negative consequence. So there's a difference of perspective of the shutdown decision from the private participant in the market and the social participant. And it's not just whether or not there's a carbon price or not. There's a whole bunch of other factors. Regulated entities tend to take this into account so that when a regulated company shuts down a plant, they put the owners or the utility through the question of, okay, what's the replacement? Do we have to update our transmission system? How does it affect our ability to meet aggregate environmental targets, and so on? So there's a little more of that internalization in the regulated process, and I think that's part of why, and of course there's also a long-term market, so that's why regulated entities are less at risk for shutting down and more amenable to development of these plants right now. So just a few statistics that you're probably aware of. Roughly speaking, in the U.S., about 60% of the carbon-free power comes from nuclear plants. So that's more than our solar, wind, and hydro combined. In fact, one nuclear plant alone, a 1,000-megawatt plant, puts out about as much carbon-free energy as about a third of all the solar, grid-connected solar, utility-scale solar in the United States. There's about 13 gigawatts of grid-connected solar. At its capacity factor, it's producing about 23 million megawatt hours of power, whereas a 1,000 megawatt unit can produce about 8,000. So roughly 3 to 1. So if you lose 3 nuclear units, you have effectively offset all the benefit of all the utility scale solar in the United States for carbon-free power. Another interesting statistic in the same sort of drama of it, the shutting of Kewaunee and Vermont Yankee, which are only about 1% of the U.S. fleet, is equivalent to putting about 1.2 million cars back on the road at average driving mileage and habits in the U.S. And again, these are changes which, when Dominion shut down Kewaunee, that's not a concern to them, and they weren't getting any compensation for when they were running the plant for the fact that they were helping avoid those kinds of problems. More recently, nuclear plant owners have started to ask about what those are worth and at least making those kinds of numbers visible to their policymakers. We recently did a study for the state of New York on, for some utilities on what happens if 3 plants in upstate New York are shut down, Fitzpatrick, Inney, and 9 Mile Point. They have about 3,300 megawatts of capacity, which is 7% of New York, and about 15% of its generation. So at the very least, one thing you know would happen is if they shut down, the whole supply curve has to shift by 3,000 megawatts to the left, which means that whatever was on the margin before is now 3,000 megawatts inframarginal, and something more expensive is at the margin. When we do that analysis and project out how long that change could last, we found that from 2015 to through 2024, you'd see about a $10 per megawatt hour increase in market prices in New York just from removing those 3 plants. And most of the extra generation would come from gas-fired power plants. They would increase their capacity factors from about 40 to 54%. And so, of course, that means more carbon, about 16 million tons of extra carbon annually. Now, that wouldn't last forever, but we assumed it would last, gradually attenuate over a 10-year period when new clean resources could be put in. But the short run is you lose it right away. And those are clean resources you could have put in anyway. So you are really net negative to the tune of 16 million a year for the rest of the life of those assets. At the social cost of carbon, that's about $700 million a year of incremental societal cost if you believe the $43 a ton estimate that the U.S. government is using. We also looked at the collateral effects on the economy, and not looking at the jobs and revenues at the plant itself, but at the side effects of the changes in the cost of power. What is an increase in $10 due to the economy of New York? And what are the side effects on the regional economy? We found there's potentially about 24,000 jobs at risk, probably about $3.16 billion of loss to the state GDP. And in terms of taxes to the state and federal government, about $721 million a year, not just from the nuclear plants, obviously, but from all of that lost economic activity. So a pretty big deal. Partly in response, not directly in response to that, but in general awareness of these kinds of things, the New York policymakers are considering a special carbon offset credit for the nukes that they're calling zero emission credits, or ZECs. Basically, this is an attempt to let all the three nuclear plants get the market price for capacity and energy, minus however much of that includes RGGI's charges for carbon, and then to add back their estimate of the social cost of carbon on a $1 per megawatt hour basis. So that turns out that they're going to be getting a ZEC payment of $17.48 for the next 2 years. Every 2 years, they look back at what the realized energy and capacity prices have been and RGGI prices, revise what that, if that's a change, they deduct that change from the $17.48 or add it in the case that it's an increase. So if prices go down, they'll get more. If prices go up, they'll get less. And they adjust every 2 years going forward with no true-ups. It's just a rolling adjustment for the previous period. And it doesn't look at the direct costs of the nuclear plants themselves. They're just assumed to cost whatever they cost. So it's not an uplift to give every plant a break-even amount of money. It's instead to just make sure they're getting the social cost of carbon plus the market value of energy and capacity. And they'll adjust that every 2 years for the next, I think there's 12 years of the plan. So this is one mechanism that's being considered. There are debates about whether it's a good plan or not. It is being challenged by non-nuclear plants as a subsidy that interferes with the market. And there are mechanisms that this is a debate that's come up in the past when states have tried to introduce policies to favor particular technologies, including CCs built in their region to offset congestion differentials and so on. And there are regulatory mechanisms such as adjusting the minimum offer price that that plants have to bid into the markets. But it's being debated, but it looks like this is a creative way to go forward. One other thing we looked at, is if nuclear plants shut down, what happens to emissions in and around their state? Because if you're in a big market like MISO or PJM and you shut down, let's say, the Clinton power plant, you affect Illinois' carbon emissions in one respect because you lose their CO2 outputs. So if you're going to comply with CPP, you now have a hole the size of Clinton to fill. But it may create a problem elsewhere because the extra generation, since we still need the same amount of power, has to come from somewhere else in MISO, and it's very unlikely to come from the state where the unit was shut down. So depending where you are, you're probably offsetting about 0.5 to 0.8 tons per megawatt hour of CO2. If it's a gas-intensive region, it'll be about 0.5 at a 0.8 if it's more coal-intensive. And what we discovered in these bar charts, we show if you took 1,000 megawatts out of each of the areas that's in the columns, so for instance, ISO New England, the Mid-Atlantic, et cetera, or if you go to the middle bar there's the Midwest PJM, the bar at the base, the dark green one, is how much of the replacement power comes from, or the incremental emissions will show up in your state from the replacement power. The light blue will show up in the adjacent states, and the tan will show up in states even further away. So in the case of the Midwest PJM, if you shut down a power plant, 1,000 megawatts there, we found that only about 27% of the extra pollution would come in that state, and 73% would come in out-of-state regions. So other places that are trying to comply with CPP and things like that will have a little surprise on their hands if, if they shut down a nuclear plant. So it's been mentioned that there's an integration issue and that it's becoming quite polarizing in some ways, both politically and technically. There were literally essays in the San Jose Mercury News before Diablo Canyon was shut down, in which editorials were saying that Diablo Canyon was working fine, but the big problem with it was crowding out the opportunity to put in more renewables, because it was keeping prices down and it was making it too easy to satisfy the state RPS requirements. So they were actually lobbying to have it shut down so that it would make more room for renewables, which is a little like saying, you know, the trouble with this meal that I just ordered is it prevents me from ordering another meal at the same restaurant, which I might also like, so I should throw it away. So it was a very bizarre notion, but the conversation gets this strange in the politics of renewables versus nuclear plants. Generally, RPS and CPP don't recognize nuclear plants, or very much so, in their policies. And they, of course, and most states are pursuing RPS standards that incentivize wind and solar, oftentimes at much higher cost per ton avoided than it would take to protect the viability of nuclear plants. I think I meant to show you on the previous chart that when we looked at the cost of keeping these plants alive if they were weak, it was about $5 to $20 a megawatt hour as the cost, which when you convert it to a carbon by back solving through the amount of carbon per megawatt hour in the region, it's about $7 to $29 per ton of CO2 that you could mitigate those losses with, which is pretty cheap compared to building new renewables. One of the big issues about renewables that's going to become quite interesting is this question about flexibility and how much we need to do about it. It's possible that if we get a very large amount of renewables built in states, like if we start approaching 50% targets or something like that, capacity will lose almost all value in the state because the peak will be served by more than adequately by the redundant amounts of renewables it takes. So if you want 50% of your energy to come from renewables, you have to have way more than 50% of your capacity in renewables, so that there's enough of them running in the off-peak periods to supply some of that energy. So on peak, there's almost no likelihood that you'll have a capacity shortage. In fact, what tends to happen is you push the peak to the times when the sun sets, and you can get extremely high ramping requirements for the system at that point in time. So it may be that if we look out to 2030 or sometime around then, ancillary services are a much bigger part of the requirements of keeping a system together, both in the short run, and storage or something to serve longer term energy needs is also a big deal. Storage is extremely expensive right now, except for very short-term, well, even for short-term usage it is, but for bulk, it's really expensive. So if you were to impute all those costs to renewables, you would discover you'd like the nuclear plants a lot more than they're getting. But it does mean nuclear plants may find themselves operating in an environment where the market is incredibly volatile, with very low prices in many hours and very high prices in some hours, as well as very steep and valuable ramping services needed for short periods of time, which aren't really the bread and butter capabilities of nuclear plants. So this question of flexibility is likely to become more and more important. Though, again, storage could mitigate some of that and make nuclear plant baseload valuable so that you wouldn't have to overbuild renewables as much, and you could fill the storage with baseload nuclear in the off-peak periods. So that's a complicated issue. There was some talk about comparing costs, and right now, if you look at the levelized cost of new nuclear against the market prices in the country, including capacity, it looks a little rough. It's hard to imagine getting a nuclear plant built for less than about $100 a megawatt hour as a break-even carrying cost, and right now there's hardly any place in the U.S. that has a higher than $60 forward price of energy and capacity. So they're out of the money. On the other hand, if you look down at this chart on the right, offshore wind is running about $150 a megawatt hour, even with its subsidies, and it's not nearly as valuable as its energy output either. The LCOE is the levelized cost of entry in the first column, and the LACE is the levelized avoided cost of energy as estimated by the EIA. And you see that offshore wind is quite a bit out of the money, while wind and conventional wind and solar PV are pretty close. They about break even. So that means that from an economic perspective, they're worth developing, but that doesn't solve this problem of how many of them you can put into the system and still operate effectively. So these are marginal values. And with deep, deep penetration, those would be considerably different. So for instance, there's no imputation in these costs of transmission expenditures to interconnect, or storage, or new controls, that sort of thing. So those could add quite a bit to the comparison. All that said, the issue is not just so much, and maybe not even, the high cost of nuclear. It's the lead time. That's the fatal problem for them, because it takes, as everyone here knows, 8 to 15 years or something like that, in the US anyway, to develop a nuclear plant. If you think out 8 to 15 years from now ahead and say, well, what do you think the power prices are going to be at the time when I put that when I bring that plant online? If some portion of what I was just talking about is a valid concern about the structure of markets, and they become incredibly volatile and sort of episodic in terms of low-cost prices and then occasional high prices, making a good forecast for what that's going to be is extremely hard. So you have to put a few $1 billion at risk to wait 12 or 15 years to see how it's going to do. That is really scary. And even if it was low-cost capital, but it took 12 to 15 years, it would be very hard to get people to be excited about it as investors. So a big advantage that the renewables have right now is they do have sort of a 1 to 3 year lead times to develop, especially if they don't need much transmission. And right now they're easy to integrate with, because they're leaning on the depth of the rest of the system. So they don't face that problem. You only have to make a good forecast. Well, you barely even have to make a forecast, because nearly all of them are coming in under PPAs, and they don't even have to be responsible for the market price of power. But even if you did, there is some merchant wind and solar coming in Texas and California. You only need to have a view about 3-4 years ahead to be able to tell if it looks like it's worth doing. So that is the big scary factor. Finally, just a quick comment on spent fuel. I agree that this is a hugely scary political barrier for politicians and state regulators to deal with nuclear fuel. But in fact, the technology for it, as I'm sure you're all well aware, is quite easy to handle, relative, at least in the near term, or by near I mean 50 to 100 years. But this is just not well understood. It's not well communicated at all. The U.S. Fleet as a whole has spent fuel of about 2,500 metric tons of uranium a year. We have cumulatively only about 75,000 tons total waste from the U.S. nuclear fleet since the 1960s. For instance, all of the waste at Connecticut Yankee fits on a 100 by 200 foot concrete pad. And you could, in principle, if you could get it all there, you could put all the waste of the entire U.S. fleet on a 200-acre site, which is quite small as land use goes. By contrast, a single coal plant, with 1,000 megawatt hours, puts out about 250,000 tons of ash per year, which is 3 times as much total volume of waste as all the nuclear waste from the U.S. in its history of operations. So it's not even remotely close. There's a couple of other interesting statistics. You're probably aware that at Fukushima, the wet fuels were the huge risk, but they had 9 dry casks there, and they all survived quite well. They were up higher, but they were affected by the jarring around in water and didn't have any problems. So they're quite durable. It would be easy to move them around. Sometimes people worry about the transshipment problem of saying, well, wouldn't it be horribly burdensome to be moving this stuff to a central repository? Back to my 2,500 tons a year, that's about 60 tons a week, which is something you can put on one train with 6 cars carrying a 10-ton or 10 60-ton casks, and they could move it about 20 miles an hour, let's say from everywhere in the United States to southern New Mexico, for instance, or Utah. There's various places that have been considered. And 2 of them could just cycle back and forth at this very slow rate and move all the waste in the United States with very innocuous footprint. There would, of course, be protests, but it's not like you would be driving half of the rail fleet all over the United States all the time with nuclear fuel on it. It'd be a very, very innocuous amount of handling. So this is something that has much more fear factor than substance behind it, but fear factor is not to be dismissed. It's an important issue. So that's my overview.
Okay, thanks very much, Frank and Laszlo. You've put a lot on the table. We've got about a half hour for discussion, and we'll go to the audience in just a little bit for that discussion. So a few quick questions, Laszlo. This one's probably mostly for you. On the international front, we see lots of big announcements, especially from countries that haven't built a lot of nuclear plants before, about how many they're going to build and how fast. We have seen, as you mentioned, one of the issues here is bringing projects in at cost and on time, but we have seen new players out there building nuclear plants. What's reasonable? How fast can we build new nuclear plants these days? And when I see things like Saudi Arabia last week, I think announcing, 16 new nuclear plants over a period of a couple decades. I mean, are we in the realm where that is reasonable? How fast, how well, how safe can we do it now?
There's a big question or a big difference in to what extent you are prepared to buy the best and pay cash, or to what extent you also have ambitions to build up your domestic industry. Because, for example, in the case of the project in the United Arab Emirates, to all indicators, it is actually progressing quite well. But basically, the United Arab Emirates adopted the mindset that, well, we want to buy the best, we are going to pay cash. In our selection criteria, the Koreans ended up being the best, so we worked with the Koreans. Korea has a credible nuclear industry. They have a track record of delivering good projects in a reasonable time frame, and all indicators show that this is progressing well. However, many governments also have ambitions for local content, for employing black people in South Africa, for giving business for small and medium-sized enterprises, and so on. So very often, even plants which are in the same basic design are actually quite different from each other, because they have to be fine-tuned for the wishes of the national government. And this is where things can get quite tricky from a project management point of view. So there you have a trade-off between to what extent you want to deliver, and to what extent your objective is only energy, or to what extent you want a broader industrial development. This is not unique to. This is, by the way, not unique to nuclear. I mean, Brazil has a very strong local content requirement for solar power. Various entrepreneurs signed up contracts with the Brazilian government for 3 times as much solar than the domestic manufacturing capacity. So this is, but given the complexity of nuclear, that is a very, very, very big issue for nuclear. And also, I also have to say that nuclear, the nature of the technology assumes that you set a quite high bar in terms of how well the regulatory institutions and how well in general the government institutions should function in the given country. And that is, again, it's not at all easy to build good regulatory institutions. And I think a rapid ramp-up of nuclear power in a country which does not have the institutional capability for proper safety regulation is not something I would embrace. That is a very important part of the concern. So overall, we think I mean, as of today, the nuclear capacity is concentrating in Europe, United States, Japan, Korea, and Russia. In the case of Japan, of course, there's a very large degree of uncertainty whether and to what extent the Japanese nuclear capacity will recover from the accident. We have very little doubt that China will have a nuclear capacity comparable to Europe and the United States today. So China is emerging as a large player, but in the case of China, they are now building domestic designs, domestic third generation designs. They have advanced reactor research ongoing. So they have a serious scientific, technological, and institutional capability to do it. But we don't think that nuclear will be a technology which will just spread out all over the world. So it's not like there are something like 140 countries in the world which have one type of policy or the other on solar power. We don't think nuclear will be like this. I think it will be, China is definitely coming to the club, but it will be very much still concentrated in the classical nuclear powers plus China.
Mm-hmm. So is there, I mean, from your perspective, is there a magic formula in terms of what it takes to get a nuclear industry off the ground, so to speak, or new nuclear plants built in a place where there is existing nuclear capacity? I understand those are two sort of fundamentally different things, but I mean, is there so much difference in the experience in these different countries that there really is no sort of fundamental formula for success, or do you see one emerging?
No, I think there's one fundamental truth is that the nature of the technology is such that this is never going to be a microeconomics 101 free market technology. And that is something that every government has to raise. In the United Kingdom, in the preparations to the Hinkley Point project, there was a 2 years long deliberation and discussion of whether the UK Treasury should officially sign up to Hinkley Point on behalf of the UK government. They came to this decision. I think that was the right decision. I have great difficulty imagining how the Hinkley Point investment decision would have been made without the formal signature of the UK Treasury. So I think essentially for governments which consider nuclear power, they have to acknowledge that this is like a major airport, or the type of very long lead time, very capital intensive basic infrastructure with unique safety and geopolitical implications, which will require a very serious, very strong government involvement. Mm-hmm. I think that is in the European context. Interesting, there are several countries in Europe which don't actually have a legally binding nuclear phase-out policy. Germany has. So in Germany, this is part of the strategy. We do 100% renewables. We don't want nuclear, and we have a clear strategy for that. But there are several countries in Europe, Spain, Netherlands, others, which don't have a phase-out policy. I could quit my job and establish a private enterprise to build a nuclear power plant in Spain. I mean, it's not prohibited, but the chances of success are precisely zero. And what we have been advising our member states, that if you pretend that you don't have a policy, then in practice you have a phase-out policy.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Did you want to add anything to that?
Oh, maybe I'll throw a question at Laszlo. The U.S. is, I think, a bit on the extreme end of reliance on spot markets in energy, which makes for a heightened volatility and risk management question for development of these resources. I think that's less true in most of Europe and Asia. Does that give them an advantage or an opportunity to develop plants of this type a little better?
No, I mean, Europe has an even higher reliance on spot markets than the United States. I mean, the capacity mechanisms were a U.S. regulatory intervention. Up until quite recently, they were actually quite controversial in Europe. So definitely, for example, the issue of whether nuclear plants are economically viable in the context of spot pricing, that's very much an issue in Europe. Spain has a plant which actually has all the safety licenses for continuous operation, but there is a significant likelihood that they will just shut it down, which could happen in some parts of the U.S. as well. Of course, Asia and the other emerging countries, that's a very different situation, because those are electricity systems without retail competition. Typically, the model is a state-owned single buyer, which might own the nuclear power plant itself, or in the case of China, the single buyer is state grid. The nuclear companies are separate corporate entities from state grid, but there is a government-mandated offtake price for nuclear production.
So, Secretary Moniz outlined his 8 things that need to happen and the 3 subset things that we need to be doing to help those 8 things along. But one of the things you guys both brought up was the sort of economic environment we find ourselves in, whether it's the advantage of some financing because of quantitative easing, or it's because of just the sheer slow pace of growth. One of the things we talk a lot about, especially in the oil market sessions that we're hosting here, is just whether or not we are headed into a period of just sluggish growth, right, for the next decade or so. And so we spent a lot of time thinking about that. If that was the case, and we were experiencing, really sluggish economic growth over the next decade, and as you've pointed out, that growth sort of that sort of slow growth rates somewhat disadvantage nuclear. Do you see it as being prohibitively difficult, much more difficult to be able, in the U.S. context and abroad, to sort of deal with nuclear? What is a low growth environment? Let's stop short of a recession, or else the World Bank or the IMF are going to come over. But a low growth environment, what do you think that does to the outlook if it lasts the next decade or so?
Sure, you want me to take a stab at that?
Well, in terms of electricity demand, that low growth environment is already here as of today. Electricity consumption is by and large stagnating in the US. It's by and large stagnating in Europe. You might have 0.5% down, 0.5% up, but those are largely weather effects. So this stagnation is already there, but of course both Europe and the United States is going to decommission a massive coal fleet in the foreseeable future. The US, in the US, cheap gas; in Europe, a strong climate policy plays a proportionally more important role, but a lot of coal will be kicked out from the system. So that there will be investment need in the power system, even with stagnating demand. Now, another thing which comes in that with stagnation, you can have the ultra low interest rates for a longer period, but the renewable policies have been structured, at least in some countries, very, very effectively to take advantage of ultra low cost of capital. To what extent you can replicate that with nuclear? I have to say that for projects which have a 10-year lead time and $10 billion average size, they are much more difficult to structure in that fashion. And the last thing I would add is that if we take the Paris commitment seriously, then the decarbonization pathway will have to be more rapid and more radical than the natural turnover of the capital stock. So energy policy will have to push low carbon capacities into the system, which the market actually does not need. And if that creates, if that creates market disruptions, that's not a bug, that's a feature.
Yeah, elaborating on that a little bit. Low growth by itself is a catastrophe in the status quo because renewables will keep being mandated to take a bigger share because of growing targets. And if they're growing faster than the net growth, other things have to go away. Carbon will do that to some extent, coal will do that to some extent if there's a CO2 penalty, but right now it's very weak in most places. So that's not a huge influence. So it interacts heavily with whether there's a carbon price or whether there's another initiative for deep decarbonization. And one that is very interesting is we've looked at what it would take to, if you really wanted to reach 80% decarbonization in the US, you have to decarbonize transportation and probably heating for homes and industrial uses and so on. That, if it were switched to being serviced out of clean electricity, would require something like rather than a flat or zero growth circumstance, would put us back to about 2.5% growth per year steadily through about 2050, and you'd get about 60 to 70% increase in the total amount of power requirements between now and 2050. So it would be a huge change. And for that to happen rapidly, it's going to depend on things that are happening outside of the electric sector, like the sexiness of autonomous vehicles becoming a big deal, not just in consumer behavior, but in public policy for urban infrastructure and things like that. But if that happens, and a few cities, let's just make up an example, if Los Angeles decides they want to really urbanize their with autonomous vehicle fleets, there could be a Me Too kind of imitation spread in that's quite rapid. We don't think that's, we're more cautiously optimistic that there could be a sudden shift towards decarbonization and electrification than most status quo forecasts. Because if you think of it as just, well, some people will occasionally buy a Tesla instead of, a Chevy, you see very slow penetration of these vehicles. But if it becomes like, in 1995, nobody thought a cell phone was very useful, and now you feel like you're naked if you don't have at least one on you all the time. So, if it happens like that, which it could, then we'd be in a whole different world.
Okay, I have at least 4 more questions, but we also have an audience of folks out here. I want to go to Andy over here first. And then raise your hand if you have it so we can get you the mics in advance, and then we'll Jane up here.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Andrew Patterson with EBI. When you go outside the United States, I was very interested in your discussion, Laszlo, and you take pictures of the sales meetings, the sales agreements on nuclear deals. It's not really an economic decision, despite Frank's excellent analysis. It's a political economy of nuclear, which you referred to. It's Putin selling Erdogan or Sisi in Egypt. It's sovereign to sovereign. So the future of nuclear has economics at its core, but does the U.S. have a blind spot in facing up to the political economy of what's really going on in 80% of the marketplace, which is outside the United States? Don't we have to step up, if we really want to lead in nuclear, to the global political economy of nuclear and kind of step aside from the tyranny of dollars per megawatt hour?
As I said to the previous question, yes, this is a technology which has a very strong government involvement practically everywhere. And indeed, those agreements that you refer to, they were signed at the highest political level. But I also have to say that in the case of Hinkley Point, it was Prime Minister Theresa May who announced the final green light to the Hinkley Point decision, and that was probably her biggest impact decision so far. Yeah, this is a technology where governments play a very, very important role, indeed.
And to be honest, just to channel Dr. Hemry, who's not here, that is certainly one of his biggest arguments for nuclear power, right? I mean, it's one of the things and Secretary Moniz brought it up again, is all of the things that go with the decision to have a nuclear power industry domestically in the United States, but also lead on it globally, have a vast amount of strategic implications that are the reasons why he cares about it, not just because energy is the best topic at CSIS. Jane.
I don't want to block the panel, but thank you so much, Laszlo and Frank, for great presentations. Jane Nakano with CSIS Energy Program. One of the, I guess, to me, obvious characteristics of where nuclear is flourishing and where it's somewhat struggling is that these are non-OECD markets where we see more robust demand domestically. And if we sort of add the supply side picture to it, and without getting too much into what the second session we'll be talking about, I mean, certainly, for one, if you have domestic robust, demand, then you have to demonstrate it. technologies that you can, show to your potential customers. And I do wonder, but other than that, I do want to hear your thoughts on, any other reason why, it's happening in non-OECD economies versus OECD economies, in that, there are all these, when we look at the OECD, there are all these export credit guidelines that, are not particularly supportive of, nuclear, among other fuels. And so in that sense, are these also some of the issues that, that we should be looking at, the financing, and certainly, so it's not, so it's sort of among others, but if you can also, if you do see sort of a linkage between why it's not happening in, OECD countries, I'd appreciate it.
And just before you do that, because we've got about 5 minutes left, I want to add one more question to the pile, which is, in both what Secretary Moniz was talking about, and then Frank, in a lot of your presentation, there is this, when I go to nuclear conferences, I hear about all of the costs that are not embedded in renewable energy cost estimates. And when I go to, renewable energy conferences, I hear a lot about all the costs that are not embedded in nuclear energy estimates, right? And so I just want to sort of understand, as we're sort of looking at sort of near-term, current-day market decisions, it's very easy to sort of think about, what the appropriate cost estimates are. But there seems to be something where, as a discussion of fuel choice beyond sort of markets, but from a policy consideration standpoint, we're okay with incremental renewables up to a certain point because they'll require a whole bunch of additional costs to get them above 25 or 30% penetration, so the grid continues to operate. Can we concede that there's also at least a mentally embedded cost to the fact that we haven't figured out the nuclear waste issue? I mean, we call it a political obstacle, but has it gone beyond that? Because we haven't, with all of these other attributes you can put into nuclear power, whenever I talk about this issue in other circles, it's like, well, we don't even know what the cost signal would be for nuclear because there is no answer to that question. Whereas we could engineer our way into an all-renewable future, supposedly, right? Because that's a technological solution. I think that's a vast oversimplification, but why do we have such a binary discussion in those two communities? So do you want to take the OECD and OECD one, and you can take the other?
Yes. Well, actually, if I take those non-OECD, countries where nuclear is doing well, they have industry structures which are actually strikingly similar to the southern United States. Watts-Bar was built by the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is the symbol of the Roosevelt-era big government development. South Carolina and Georgia have regulated public utilities. This is actually a very prevalent industrial model in the non-OECD work. More often than not, those incumbent state utilities are also state-owned. More often than not, the government also owns a large development bank, which is helping to finance the government objectives. So consequently, when you have a top-down political decision that, yes, we like nuclear, then the government has levers to pull.
The cost of nuclear waste storage right now is, again, a little bit misunderstood. It costs about $50 million to put an ISFAC up, which is an interim spent fuel storage facility at a site for housing all of the waste from a particular unit. And that's actually more expensive than it would be if we did this at a centralized depository by a fair amount. Now, it's not huge economies of scale, but some. And it only costs about $5 million a year to put on a few extra casks and do the maintenance. So it's actually quite readily funded with $1 or so per megawatt hour over the life of the plant. And when you think about that as a share of the cost of nuclear operating costs, if those are, let's say, $80 a megawatt hour on average for its life, it's on the order of 1%. Mm-hmm. So it's not really a huge cost. And by the way, I'm sure you're aware, but many people aren't, that it's not a subsidy either. That is paid through self-insurance by the users of the nuclear plants. So there is something there about that being a need to solve. But again, it's more about the NIMBY anxieties and than the fact that there's a true economic barrier there. Again, the transportation is a very light problem. And even if we had gone ahead with Yucca Mountain, we would have had enough funding, but for agreement on doing it to have paid for that with $1 a megawatt hour as a surcharge over the life of the plants.
Okay, well, we've reached the appointed time. I want to thank Laszlo and Frank very much for getting us off on a great start today, so please join me in thanking them. We've got the second panel coming up, but I invite you to take a very quick coffee break while we set up the other panel. I can see people doing the coffee shuffle too, so please grab a cup of coffee and then come on back for the second panel. Thank you.
I'm Sharon Squassoni, and I direct the proliferation prevention program here at CSIS. I've done some work on nuclear energy and non-proliferation over the years, and it is my absolute pleasure to be moderating this panel, which is going to look at key developments in the global nuclear industry. So today we have, and I'll introduce them in the order in which they speak, Tina Taylor, who is the director in the nuclear sector at EPRI. She's worked in the electric power industry for 25 years, and she's a chemical engineer. Second, we'll have Jonathan Hinsa, who's from UX Consulting Company, and he, as I hardly need to introduce you, Jonathan. I think everybody here has heard you speak and read all of your work over the years. Lastly, we have Shoichi Ito, who is a senior analyst at the Institute of Energy Economics in Japan, who has widely published on the geopolitics of oil, gas, and coal, as well as Russian, Chinese, and Japanese foreign policy. So we will start with Tina. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for staying. I think that my talk is going to start off echoing a lot of what we've heard today, kind of this theme of it was the best of times and it was the worst of times. So we hear a lot of talk about a bright future for nuclear energy, and personally I believe in that. There's a robust global nuclear build going on right now. A lot of progress on the small modular reactor front and a lot of interest in that. The potential future need for carbon-free generation that nuclear will have to play an important part of, particularly if we move to deep electrification for deep decarbonization. There's been a lot of progress and a lot of social energy over the last few years on advanced reactor development and some promise there that I'll talk about, and continued forward movement on fusion even, kind of in the background of all this. In the news today, we hear about Duke receiving new licenses for the Levy plant, and last Friday, Watts Bar entered its period of commercial operation. So really good news and a bright future for nuclear. But the big question that we keep finding the industry asking over the last year or so is, can the future come soon enough? So this bright future where carbon-free generation is valued and we have new technologies sounds nice. Will it get here in time to kind of keep things going? So a lot of that sentiment is driven by the current financial challenges and some of the plants that are shutting down due to that. In today's news, Fort Calhoun ended its period of operation today, or maybe yesterday, and it was in today's news. The long lead time for licensing and constructing new plants is daunting for some. We heard in the last session, we heard a lot about the financial challenges just associated with financing these large projects. Carbon reduction strategy and monetization certainly has been stalled and maybe less aggressive than previous decades would have believed us to be facing right now. And then we're seeing continued competition for nuclear from low-cost natural gas and the renewables being built out. So we're living, when we look at technology development, we're living in this kind of dual world of there's a really bright future and there's a lot going on, but there's also some real and immediate challenges to be overcome to get there. So I think that we had a good lesson on what's going on around the world. So I just want to highlight here that there are a lot of plants being built right now, and most of it outside of the U.S. And what I want you to take away from this slide is there is a lot of large light water plants being built right now, and those are going to see us through the next century. So as I talk about what's coming down the road with new technologies, we are building a lot of the current fleet that we're going to live with for a long time, and that's good. We have good technologies. So when you hear about things like Generation 3 and Generation 3 Plus and Generation 4 reactors, I want you to think of this as a continuum of technology development. And there's a timeline across the bottom of this slide. When you look at some of the early prototypes that were built and then the fleet that we're living with now, that's Generation 1 and 2. And so the Gen 2, Gen 3 plants that are being built, have been built, and that are operating, are going to operate through, the better part of this century. The fleet that's being built now with the Gen 3, Gen 3 Plus, will likely operate to the end of the century. And new technologies that will start coming in the next 10 to 20 years will provide valuable alternatives and maybe fill additional niches. But they're not really required for there to be a nuclear industry for the rest of this century. So let me spend a moment or two on small modular reactors. That's the nearest development on the technology front. There's a lot of energy been put into this and a lot of debate whether it makes sense to look at small reactors when we know that there's a lot to be gained with economy of scale of larger reactors, and that's kind of where the industry had settled out. And from the prior slides, you saw that's the technology of choice of most people building plants right now. So why small modular reactors? Well, it'll really mean capitalizing on what we call economies of small that might offset some of the economies of scale. There's at least 9 designs that keep moving forward. A lot of what we're familiar with are the U.S. efforts, kind of focused down to NuScale right now. But many other countries are developing and, in fact, starting to deploy some small modular technologies. So there's 2 projects that are currently in construction, one in Argentina, a 25-megawatt reactor. And then in Russia, they're building twin 35-megawatt reactors on a floating barge. So people could argue we already have a lot of experience with floating small modular reactors that we might be able to build on there. In the U.S., there's real progress going on. So NuScale is planning on submitting its design certification, still, I hear, by the end of this year, so very shortly here. And I think significant progress has been made in identifying the initial potential locations and ownership of the first plant. TVA, proceeding on its own path, has also recently submitted its first early site permit for a small modular reactor. And the first plant in the U.S. looks like it will be a NuScale reactor owned by UAMPS, a municipal utility, and likely built at Idaho National Lab and likely operated by Energy Northwest. So if you think about it, there's a lot of people kind of jumping into this first 1 or 2 projects, each pulling some weight and providing their own unique capabilities to it. So my estimation, I think small modular reactors are likely to move forward to become a viable option. And I think, as we heard in the last talk, there'll be reasons why that might make sense for people, offsetting maybe the economies of scale that we see with the larger plants. If we have a viable option where you can finance a smaller portion of your company, bet a smaller portion of your company to move forward and maybe more closely match your demand growth need. So let me move on now to advanced reactors. And here I'm talking about really non-light water reactors. There are a plethora of designs under development and kind of sharpening. And it's a really interesting time period in this sort of life cycle that exists here. Many of the basic concepts go back quite a long time. Most of them have been built and operated, some even commercially. But there's a lot of different options for fuel, for approach to fuel. Are you going to have a solid fuel or a liquid fuel? How are you going to cool the reactor? Is the fuel and the coolant the same thing? What kind of back-end or energy conversion cycles can we put link up to the reactor systems. And there are huge numbers of efforts going on to try and find the optimum solutions. So that's an interesting time. There's a lot of debate whether that's a good approach, having 40, 50, 60 different designs being developed at once, or whether we really need to somehow down-select quickly and put a lot of effort into moving a few forward. Right now, this kind of phase that we're in with a lot of designs moving forward and competing with each other is pretty interesting and maybe will result in an optimum approach. There's some unique things going on, though. There's a lot of social support for advanced nuclear, even from people who don't support non-advanced nuclear. And even if they can't articulate why that is, there's kind of a buzz associated with it and maybe a hope that there's something different about advanced nuclear. There's currently bipartisan support. There's support in Congress, there's support from the White House for nuclear energy and for nuclear research right now. The landscape of these private developers, a lot of them small, a lot of them startups, funded by private investment, is very interesting and a lot different than a lot of the reactor design that we typically think of with gigantic companies, with gigantic government funding moving forward. So we see probably a lot of ability to experiment with design in these early phases and kind of try and fail fast, maybe just on paper or just in modeling. If you hear from the advanced reactor community, you'll hear a lot of concern about the amount of time it'll take to license these designs. And many companies talk about licensing outside of the US first, actually. But the NRC has been extremely engaged with the community, and I think aligning, listening to what the needs might be and what the appropriate approaches might be. And it has started to put some resources towards being ready to engage more seriously or, line up when they'll receive potential license applications. We're starting to see utilities get interested in these new technologies, even though they're very far in the future and far beyond the planning horizon for kind of resource planning. And they're interested because the new technologies might offer some different options than what they have right now. And then internationally, there's a lot more going on actually in other countries. Most of the efforts in other countries are more traditional. They're large efforts, mostly government funded and run by large companies or large utilities. But there's pretty good coordination through some of the international agencies like IAEA and OECD going on. So why do we want to do anything? Why do we want to put all this effort into advanced reactors, or what might the role be? Before everyone kind of jumps on the buzz bandwagon, we really do have to recognize that, at least in the US, we're really not going to get to Gen 4 or an industry of Gen 4 reactors unless we maintain a pretty healthy industry of Gen 3, the plants that we have recently built and the plants we're building now. And that's kind of twofold. One is we need to maintain, good flow of workforce into these plants. We need to retain much of, if not all of, or more of the infrastructure we have now with robust research going on. I'll be self-serving there, with a healthy regulator, with supply chain. We saw as the 4 AP1000s are being built in Georgia and South Carolina, a real problem with kind of restarting the nuclear build supply chain. And so the more that we can keep kind of an ongoing industry, the easier it'll be to get to this future point. But moving beyond the options that we have today really will require some kind of additional compelling business reason or business offering from these advanced technologies. And from the designs that are developing, there are some good points of hope out there in the future that some of these technologies might deliver more than what we currently have. So depending on which technology you're looking at, there is a potential for operating at higher temperatures, which can lead to higher efficiency and also lead to more options for coupling the nuclear reactor to industrial processes to serve direct energy input. All of the designs, I think it's fair to say, are evolving more inherent safety features in them, which I think everybody agrees is a good thing. From the perspective of the safety itself, from the perspective of public acceptance, and also from the perspective of cost. So the less systems that we have to operate, the less systems we have to maintain, the cheaper the plants could be to run. And then when you think about waste management, a lot of the technologies that are evolving have the potential to potentially even consume today's nuclear waste or participate in a recycling kind of environment, or as a minimum generate less waste than the plants that we run today. And then the biggest thing that's of interest to the utilities right now is this concept of flexibility that a new technologies could offer. We see some of this with SMRs, where you might be able to build in a modular way. The SMRs even are designed so that they can change power levels more frequently and more dramatically than the larger plants can. But then looking to other technologies, looking at things like flexibility of what your offering is. So if you're able to at some points generate electricity and at other points generate hydrogen, or maybe both at the same time, if you can provide industrial heat or electricity, if you can perform desalination, as well as providing electricity, those provide attractive options for business in the future. So I want to just kind of leave you with a little bit of the mindset of this community that's growing and aggregating around advanced reactors. I have three kind of highlights here from three of the companies that are developing these reactors. And I would say it looks to me a lot different than the last generation of reactor designs. People are developing these technologies, and employees are going to work for these companies to develop these technologies for what one might think of as bigger reasons than producing electricity from nuclear. So one company that's very active right now is TerraPower. They're one of the awardees from DOE's competitive process last year. Run by or owned by Bill Gates, and this technology is being developed for a bigger vision that he has, or that he came to, that we need sustainable, clean energy around the world in places where they don't currently have good access to affordable, clean electricity. They have two designs they're developing. One is a traveling wave reactor. That one is being done in partnership with the Chinese. And the other one that they're working on in conjunction with Southern, EPRI's part of the project, Oak Ridge, and with DOE funding, is a liquid chloride fast reactor. So right there, two completely different technologies being worked, and kind of for this vision of the good of society. Another company is X Energy. That was the other DOE awardee. They're based in Maryland, and their founder began X Energy because the world needs energy solutions that are clean, safe, secure, and affordable. So again, kind of this compelling social vision to move forward a technology that has been around for quite some time. So the pebble bed helium-cooled reactor has had a lot of the basic research done and is really ready to move forward. And then third, I'll leave you with Transatomic Power, a company based in Boston, started by MIT grads. Again, another one funded right now with venture capital. Leslie and her partner Mark are developing a liquid-fueled molten salt reactor. Again, technology that's been put forth quite a while ago in the past. And Leslie will tell you that she's developing innovative nuclear technology that recycles nuclear fuel to generate electricity. And if you hear her talk about this, she'll talk about the fact that there is something like 72 years worth of fuel supply in the current batch of nuclear waste that exists. Now, maybe a lot of technological challenges to get from the fuel being in these IFSFCs on many different sites to running these future reactors. But you can see that there's kind of a bigger driver here for the development of these new technologies. There's things that are aspects that are interesting to utilities and compelling enough to drive significant private investment right now. But there really is this underlying sentiment that there's greater value for these technologies than what you put on a spreadsheet. I think the question then remains is, will that value be monetized in some way, in some realistic time period that allows these technologies to move through the very expensive development that remains ahead? That was the end of my remarks, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end of the session.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Tina. You've given us a lot to chew on, but we'll hold all the questions and discussion until after we've heard from Jonathan and Shoichi. And Jonathan, you're going to tell us a little bit more about, I guess, the global nuclear supply chain. Correct.
Great. Thank you. Glad to be here. Thank you to Jane for inviting me. So I will be covering a little more of the market issues globally and trying to put some numbers around it all, as well as discuss the dynamics in terms of what's happening within the industry, not just here in the US, but globally. But before I do that, I always like to give a little bit of context. I know some of the ground I'm going to cover in the next few slides has already been covered by previous speakers, but sometimes we have little different perspectives, so bear with me. So I just like to start with the history of this industry. I mean, where have we been? It's a little over 60 years since the first commercial reactors were built, but most of those, of course, were built in the 70s and 80s, not just here in the US, but also in Western Europe, former Soviet Union. And when you look at what's happened since 1990, there's been a real drop-off in new construction, and certainly that is something very telling when you look at what prospects we have for the future. In terms of the future, pretty much every outside and analyst and company that looks at global nuclear energy trends agrees that nuclear power is still on a growth path. These numbers are from oil and gas companies, BP and ExxonMobil. They think nuclear is going to expand. You look at the numbers that the IEA puts out and other forecasting agencies globally. Everyone agrees nuclear power is going to continue to expand. The question, though, is when you look at these sort of top-down analyses, there's not always good understanding of the granularity, the difficulties that it's going to take that are out there to get all these new reactors built and to keep the ones that we have around. In terms of new growth, I think we have to appreciate the fact if you want to get to 600 gigawatts by 2040, which is sort of that, it's a nice round number that sort of aligns with at least the ExxonMobil forecast, you have to appreciate that there's going to be quite a bit of retirement, not just the unfortunate premature shutdowns, but phase-outs in countries like Germany, potentially in Belgium and Taiwan. You're going to see reactors just reaching the end of their life naturally. And so you have to build more than just new plants to get to that new number. You need to replace all the other ones. So that's a pretty daunting number. You look at it, and we're talking at least 300 of the large reactors, if they're SMRs or smaller designs, a lot more than that. That's a lot of money. So there's challenges around that. You need to think about how to manage the risks associated with the projects. And unfortunately, some of the lessons we've learned of the recent projects, not just in the US, but unfortunately the Finland project and some others that are becoming sort of the poster childs for what not to do when building a new nuclear plant. These are issues that have to be overcome and not in the not too distant future. Which technologies are we going to choose? We have a lot of options out there, but some might be faster paced than others. And when you look at issues like siting, public and policymaker issues, and if we're talking about new countries, there's a lot of capacity building that has to be done. So this is I heard the word daunting or big challenge from a lot of people already this morning. I think this just puts it even more into perspective. So when we, at my company, we do a lot of global.
I think we skipped ahead.
I don't know. I didn't touch it. How did that happen?
Nope.
Sorry. You're done.
Uh-oh, I'm done. There you get a preview. Okay, there we are.
Okay.
I think I just pressed the forward button, but yeah. All
I
right.
think you leaned on it, sorry.
Oh, very sensitive technology. All right. So, yeah, at UXC, what we do is our own global forecasts that are bottom up. We look at really what countries are looking at nuclear power, what utilities, what governments, what the economics, the energy needs, et cetera. And this is just a starting point on giving you a little taste of what we look at. But globally, we have about 31 countries that operate reactors today. And at my company, we track about, on an ongoing basis, about 70 total, so another 40 or so that are potential newcomer countries. And then we grade those as to potential for actually achieving nuclear power. This is roughly in the next 15 years, achieving nuclear power. So the red countries are the ones that, in this case, red is good. Red countries are, about 10 of those, a little bit more than 10, I think. And it's interesting to see how they sort of cluster. So you've got a big cluster in the Middle East and North Africa. You've got a cluster in Southeast Asia, and then you got a little cluster up in the northern part of Eastern Europe. So that's really where, if you look at new development outside of the existing countries that are obviously growing, some of those as well, that's where the real potential is for new country expansion. And we do think, obviously, two of those, UAE and Belarus, are already on their way to getting there in the not too distant future. So here's a picture from our outlook through 2040, a base case kind of scenario of what we see as actual nuclear growth globally. And I think a few big takeaways from this slide. The first and foremost is that big orange area, which is Asia, which today is less than a third of the total market, is going to be going way up by 2040. It's really the major expansion market as far as regions go. Middle East and Africa as well, very fast growth in the next 25 years. And so I have a little nickname of 4 countries: China, Russia, India, and South Korea, which I call CRIS. And those 4, in our numbers, are today, in the future, by 2040, represent over half of all the growth. So that's just those 4 countries alone. And of course, China is the biggest of all of those. So that just tells you where the construction's happening. And the other big takeaway is that the traditional big markets for nuclear power, which really always have heretofore been North America and Western Europe, those 2 are going to really diminish in their total scope, but in actual numbers, they're going to be going down by 2040. So I think Tina had a similar slide, but through 2025, if we're looking at what types of reactors are going to be built, the vast majority of those are light water PWRs. You have a few of the other designs, but if you look on the right side, which vendors, which companies are actually designing and building these reactors? Well, more than half are either Chinese or Russian-designed reactors. These are not just in China and Russia, but also outside of China and Russia. So definitely, those are the big. Those are the ones that have the big market share right now. You certainly see a significant number, though, from the South Korean company KEPCO, Westinghouse, Indian designs, and a smattering of the others. So certainly, that just gives you tells you a lot about what's going on in the market. So this one always gets me in trouble. I talk about the different companies, and I'll be honest, certainly when we talk about the different vendors in the industry, it's a competitive market, and they're all still in it. But I think that the honest reality is there's a reason that I put the Russian and the Chinese at top. You just saw the numbers. There's a lot more projects already on the ground that the Russian Rosatom and its reactor vendor companies have, as well as the 3 major Chinese companies, which are all either fully state-owned or mostly state-owned. Those 2 countries present a different format when it comes to this industry. They obviously have either direct state control or indirect state control of their industries. They have large or are on purpose maintaining domestic construction. In the case of Russia, I think more for being able to prove their technology so they can then go and export them. And, right now, I don't see that trend diminishing in any way. Of the others, certainly Arriva just had a big win in Hinkley Point C in UK. Toshiba Westinghouse, definitely the Westinghouse AP1000 is a choice that many utilities are looking at seriously, and I think we'll see the first of the Chinese AP1000s commercially start up next year. But then some of the other companies, including GE Hitachi, MHI, and some others are certainly having their struggles, I think, at the moment, finding fertile ground for new projects. And even the South Koreans outside of UAE so far have not been successful. As for the CANDU technology, it's really a niche technology that we see just really being able to maintain a presence in countries that already have that heavy water reactors. I think we heard a lot this morning or earlier today about the different costs of reactors. I think one of the reasons that you see some of the projects going forward in key those countries I mentioned and those vendors is costs. Obviously, when you compare that a Chinese PWR can be built at $3,500 a kilowatt installed versus the UK EPR, which is probably at least $8,000, in the end, that's going to make a big difference when people make decisions on which projects to invest in and where to put their money. I think we've seen quite a bit already in the U.S. case of issues with some of the projects and cost increases, not always driven by their own making, but in many cases the industry at large or the supply chain is at fault. We're working through some of those growing pains, but at the same time, it's unfortunate that we keep repeating some of the same mistakes. So I'll just leave that to be discussed after. Tina gave us a great overview of the SMR market, so I won't really go into the details here, but our view of the SMRs, and we've done some really detailed studies on the market for SMRs, certainly I think it goes to, get to my punchline at the bottom right away. I mean, this is not a zero-sum game. There's room for large nuclear power plants. The economies of scale are proven with those. There's an existing supply chain. The companies exist to perform on those. But SMRs, I started tracking this, and we really saw a big a renaissance of sorts with the SMR market starting maybe 8 or 10 years ago. Lots of conferences around it. One of the drivers was the fact that, as I just showed in the last slide, the large capital costs of large reactors led people to say, well, is there a cheaper way to do nuclear? SMRs may be that option. I would argue, though, that on a life cycle cost, when you add in the operating costs, we're not sure yet that that's achievable, but they should be at least on par. And, these fit niche markets, niche applications that large reactors just don't. I mean, there's certain countries around the world that just can't take a 1,000 megawatt plant on their grid. So SMRs certainly are a good fit in many other parts of the world. And I also note, I've noticed a pretty interesting trend, not just with the advanced reactor designs, the high temperature, the liquid metals, a recent trend in the last couple of years much more interest in micro-modular reactors, which is sort of that 10 megawatts or smaller design. I think some of that's driven by military. The Pentagon here in the U.S. is looking at it, and others as well. So we do see an outlook for SMRs, but it is a little bit longer term. So putting all that together, what is the value chain? What is the global market here? So we do an annual update of this, and right now, I think in our last report, we found about $160 billion market globally. About 80% of that is in either new construction of reactors or servicing the operating fleet. So even less than a quarter is actually in the fuel cycle side, the front-end fuel supply markets, which my company does a lot of work in, as well as the back end of the fuel cycle, including decommissioning. Still, neither of those are minor markets. There's a lot of money moving around there. And if you see some of those numbers that we just showed on the growth, that total market size could more than double by 2030. So definitely a lot of global dollars and cents to be spent. And, you know, when you think about it, a nuclear power plant has a long lifetime, so it's not just the upfront capital that's being spent. There's a lot of money throughout the cycle of that plant, and that has to be factored in when we talk about the supply chain. Just a quick word on the front-end fuel markets. I think, you know, we've seen a real reduction as the global nuclear markets have slowed down a bit in the last few years. We've seen a reduction of the prices in those markets, and that's driving some shrinkage actually in those markets. But, you know, whether it's the reactor market, the front-end markets, the back-end markets, they're very global supply chains. There's a lot of companies involved. A few are sort of somewhat oligopoly, like uranium enrichment, for example, is more of a, it's still global, but it's a smaller market. So, you know, I like to say anything in nuclear is big, even SMRs. You still need a lot of money compared to some other technologies out there. So, you know, there's sort of an entry barrier there that not every company that wants to do nuclear is interested in it, can get into it just because of the high upfront capital and technology constraints. Since we're here in Washington, I thought I'd focus a little bit briefly on the U.S. nuclear industry position. I heard a question earlier mention sort of some of the anxiety that's within the nuclear industry these days, given the sort of dominance, as I mentioned earlier, of Russia and China in many ways, and some of the other players. But it is still almost a quarter of the total market. It has a very large presence globally, not just in terms of the existing fleet in the U.S., but a lot of the companies that are active in the U.S. are active globally. But, you know, there is no U.S.-only nuclear reactor vendor today. Everybody is either partially owned or teamed up with a foreign company. And in the EPC space, the engineering, procurement, construction space, there is more U.S. presence, as well as in some of the smaller niche vendors and some of the service suppliers. So that remains a pretty U.S.-centric market. I think I heard earlier somebody mention the fact that U.S. NRC license and some of the certifications like an ASME N-stamp, these are sort of the gold standards in the industry, and that's something that the U.S. remains very strong in, and I believe does lead well for some companies that are U.S.-led companies to be able to get global presence. And I think Secretary Moniz mentioned the 123 agreements that the government has, some sway as to what kind of export markets the U.S. wants to influence, but I do believe that in some cases that does also create a hindrance because some of the other countries that are looking at nuclear power that the U.S. doesn't have agreements with will proceed whether or not there is an agreement with the U.S. Because there are other options out there. So, as I say, the U.S. is no longer the dominant player that it once was, and I don't really foresee that turning back. I do believe there's a very important role for the U.S. industry in this, in the global nuclear markets, but at this point in time, it's more about finding ways to compete head-to-head with some of the state-owned companies and the other actors out there. So in conclusion, I think most of these points I've already mentioned, but the growth is definitely going to be in Asia, Middle East to a certain extent. But if you want to see that 600 gigawatt number hit by 2040, it's going to be a very difficult mountain to climb, as Laszlo mentioned, and I don't think that we have to, at this point, I think the fact that we have so many reactors shutting down, it's easier to shut down a reactor than it is to build a new one. So we have to take that into account, and so far maybe it hasn't in some of the forecasting that I've seen. Mentioned already a lot about the growing role of China and Russia, and the fact that some of these newcomer countries, I think, while I pointed out about 10 or so that are serious and we believe will definitely be able to get nuclear power in the next 15 to 20 years, it takes a lot longer. I think there was a question this morning, how long does it take? 10 years at a minimum is what the UAE is doing, but in most cases it's 15 to 20 years to build a new plant if you don't have a program already. In terms of the supply chain and the different companies that are vying for this somewhat shifting target of the market pie, post-Fukushima really changed a lot of things, and I didn't talk specifically about Fukushima, but it's really changed the dynamic of the supply chain and the companies involved. And this transformation in this marketplace is really just beginning, I think, and we have yet to see who will ultimately be all the winners and the losers. So with that, I'll conclude and pass it on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. And to round out our presentations, we're going to hear from Shuichi Ito.
Okay. I'm Shuichi Ito, Senior Analyst of the Institute of Energy Economics, IEJ. I'm a political scientist by training, so I'm not a physicist, but I'm hoping to be a political physician. As always, I feel so great to be back at my old home, Washington, D.C. Today, I'm very honored to be invited to this very timely event of global impending issues at the CSIS, surrounded by distinguished guests, my excellent colleagues, and all new friends. First of all, please let me express my deepest gratitude to my dear CSIS colleagues and all the others who have brought me back here to discuss one of the critical challenges that await us in the years to come. Well, throughout my presentation, let me talk from 5 angles. First, I'd like to remind us of the importance regarding the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Let me lay out the main rising concerns. Second, I'd like to show very briefly latest forecast of the future nuclear energy market released by my office in Tokyo, IEJ, last Friday. Third, I'd like to address new challenges for Japan and the United States posed by Russia and China. Fourth, I put forward some impending issues we must take into serious consideration. And lastly, I will wrap up my talks with 6 concluding remarks. Since we all reviewed the nuclear market trend already, and so I won't go into the details again, but I just like to make a quick reminder: the growth of nuclear energy demand is virtually irreversible against the backdrop of the globally increasing energy demand and the need to tackle climate change in the decades to come. The number of countries seeking to introduce nuclear energy is increasing so dramatically across regions, including the Middle East, Asia, Africa, etc. Many of those include so-called geopolitical flashpoints. Since President Dwight Eisenhower's speech on Atoms for Peace at the UN General Assembly back in December 1953, countries signed more than 2,000 bilateral civilian nuclear cooperation agreements over the past more than 6 decades, calling for peaceful use of nuclear technology, materials, and know-how. Now, about 50 countries are considering launching nuclear power programs in a way or another. Not all the countries are trying to acquire nuclear power generation facilities purely for the purpose of meeting energy needs. Some of the deals are outcomes of commercial competition, but some nuclear agreements and contracts are signed for political reasons, including geopolitical ambitions. Sorry. State-backed nuclear vendors are likely to increase competitiveness in the global nuclear market. My office, IUJ, just released Asia World Energy Outlook 2016 last Friday. The graph shows extreme cases such as high and low scenarios, but the most likely scenario would be somewhere between reference or business as usual case and advanced technologies case. Anyhow, introduction of nuclear power generation capacity will see increasing rate of growth. If you need more information, please visit the IEJ's website later, or let me know. I'll send you more detailed information. Let me move on. Today, nuclear energy's importance and its future questions against different backgrounds in Japan and the United States. As for Japan, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accident back in March 2011 drastically changed its nuclear landscape and popular mindset on the whole. About 50 reactors were forced to shut down one after another. As of today, only a few reactors came back online, with some more on the waiting list. As regards the United States, economic competitiveness of nuclear energy has been questioned against the backdrop of especially the shale gas revolution. I wouldn't go into the details because we already had excellent discussion on this particular topic, but we must pay close attention to what is happening in the global nuclear landscape. In other words, we must acknowledge at what point of history we are standing with Japan and the United States as two of the responsible stakeholders in the global nuclear industry. We are already beyond the point of no return. Caesar would say the die is cast. Why? Regardless of Japanese or US decisions, the growth of the world's nuclear market is irreversible in the coming decades. Above all, Russia and China are starting to aggressively export their nuclear reactors, as we see in a minute. If you just look straightforward at the external challenges that await us, the roles and responsibilities the US-Japan nuclear twin must bear are getting more and more important and indispensable. Russia still retains robust domestic nuclear market, is planning to increase the number of reactors. Russian nuclear vendor Rosatom is a state corporation, and thus its export business is thoroughly supported by the government. It can provide a range of financial incentives, including various forms of state loans, etc. Besides, Russia can offer the so-called BOO, Build on Operate arrangement. Russia has strengths in both front and back ends of here cycle. What we must bear in mind today is not simply Russia's aggressive business strategy, but also the fact that Russia is starting to use nuclear energy as a new diplomatic weapon. Russia's virtual weaponization of nuclear business may do harm to non-proliferation regime. Now, Russia is attempting to maximize nuclear reactor exports at any cost, out of despair, actually, in a sense. Why is Russia so anxious to do so? Russia has a very limited number of items for export to earn huge money. Well, weapons, rockets, nuclear reactors, some other energy stuff, that's it. Russia's oil and gas-based future is getting gloomy, actually, for many reasons. Russia has kept digging its own holes, actually, so every year that have backfired against its own economy. At any rate, Vladimir Putin's recent decision to suspend nuclear cooperation with the United States implies Russia's underestimation of the importance regarding non-proliferation. Today, China's debut as a rising nuclear exporter has come under the spotlight. Chinese vendors are state-owned as well and have such a big advantage in the global nuclear industry because it has its own rapidly growing domestic market. The number of nuclear reactors in China is projected to overtake that of the United States in 2 decades' time. If all the projects come online as planned, China does need to increase nuclear power generation to meet the surging energy demand, to reduce dependence on hydrocarbons, and to prevent air pollution. Actually, China's effort to increase nuclear power generation in itself can make contribution to both Chinese and the global energy and climate security, as far as no unexpected accident takes place down the road. China also has been carefully revising their safety regulations, emergency response plans, etc., with the increasing number of domestic reactors. We have to admit that, actually, although there remains so many uncertainties. However, the dramatic expansion of the domestic nuclear market in such a short period makes it questionable about the availability of well-experienced human resources, site management skills, etc., in a timely manner. Moreover, China has recently identified nuclear industry as one of the strategic areas of development, including localization of nuclear technologies and acceleration of nuclear reactor export. This slide shows an image with regard to mushrooming nuclear deals with China or Russia of recent dates. Actually, Sino-Russian competition over the emerging nuclear market is beginning to intensify, despite the fact that Moscow and Beijing have repeatedly emphasized the deepening of strategic partnership in the area of energy. But if increasing number facilities exports in and of itself becomes a target, it may well increase the likelihood of proliferation accordingly, especially since geopolitical ambition outweighs pure economic or energy needs in some of the countries that have so far expressed interest in purchasing Chinese or Russian reactors. New entrants to the nuclear market may not have well-established nuclear infrastructure for safety regulation, non-proliferation control, etc. Well, the global nuclear market is changing so dynamically. its growth is unstoppable, then uncertainties are coming up. We are not yet sure how new entrants in the nuclear market will be able to establish robust safety and non-proliferation measures. We still don't know how we can get two of the growing suppliers, such as China and Russia, convinced to share the same concerns. We cannot drastically increase human resources overnight. It takes years and years to bring up efficient, capable, and experienced engineers, operators, etc. Some countries may not pay sufficient attention to nuclear safety questions. Proliferation risks, including illicit and clandestine trade of nuclear materials, terrorist attacks, etc., are increasing today. First, let me start to show some key takeaways. First, the growth of the global nuclear market is likely to entail geopolitical risks. There exist countries considering acquisition of nuclear reactors and the related technologies for non-energy security reasons. Second, domestic societies, wherever you go, tend to be in blind ignorance about international affairs. We must enlighten domestic audience about what is happening in international nuclear energy markets. It is not a simple question of likes and dislikes. Third, we need robust development of domestic nuclear industry. This is key to maintain internationally advanced nuclear technologies, know-how, as well as to bring up next generation scientists, engineers, etc. If we ever lose such capabilities, we would not be able to sustain our commitment to peaceful use of nuclear energy in the future. In this context, strong government support and close public-private partnership is indispensable in Japan and the United States too. Fourth, we must exert greater effort to enhance transparency over international trade of dual-use technologies, goods, know-how, etc. Fifth, despite the fact that competition in the global nuclear energy market is being intensified now, it is very important to find a way to enhance cooperation or collaboration among nuclear suppliers and with emerging nuclear energy countries. The issues should include, above all, policy adjustment over non-proliferation, R&D, sharing experiences on safety and crisis management, and so on. Six, after all, a sound growth of the global nuclear market benefits all the stakeholders in nuclear industry. We must design future energy market by taking into account of security questions beyond mere economic issues, preventing regional destabilization and adventurous use of nuclear facilities is necessary to ensure healthy nuclear business opportunities for everyone, including Japan, the United States, France, China, Russia, and all the others. Lastly, please allow me to conclude my remarks by saying we must bear in mind that next generations will have to encounter and bear all the troubles which not they, but we may cause unless we make right decisions now. Today's topic on nuclear is one of those we cannot overlook, and we must make even more serious commitments to make the world for the better. Thank you very much for your very kind attention.
Oh,
Yes, shall we go?
I'm not sure there's next one. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have about 20 minutes for questions and discussion. And while you are gathering your thoughts, oh, you don't even need time, but can I ask a question or two anyway? I have a whole list of them. Let me just start very briefly with, and then we'll bring the microphone over to you. Tina, you said something interesting in your presentation about the reactors under construction now will be operating until the end of the century. And I'm wondering whether we aren't being a little too US-centric in our idea that reactors might operate for 60 to 80 years. There are some countries that have 40-year life. You know, it's written into laws. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I think that's a good point, and I did overlook that in my statement that our fleets will operate a long time. It is a different licensing paradigm around the world. All countries have slightly different approaches. Many other countries will likely not operate to 80 years. What we are seeing, though, is a general trend toward all countries around the world looking to try and operate their existing plants longer. There's pretty robust interest kind of building on the U.S. experience for license renewal for many plants where it's still economic and socially desirable to extend the life of their plants. So it's true there's not a clear path to plants operating for 80 years, even in the U.S. And I think one of the questions that would be interesting for someone to explore is what is the real, what is the value of having the current assets or plants that we build now operate for longer periods of time, or is it better to build a plant, retire it in a moderate amount of time, and then build a new plant of a newer technology? Right now, with kind of this gap of new build in the U.S., we've been faced with extending the life of our plants being the only real option to maintain a substantial nuclear amount.
Yeah, sure. Just to add to that, so the 40-year life in the U.S. NRC license is somewhat of an artificial number in the first place. It was sort of decided back in the 60s when some of the modeling and computer technology wasn't where it is today. Actually, the new designs these days, the AP1000 and so forth, are designed with 60-year life from the get-go. And then they could be extended as well. So if you look at around the world, a lot of the countries reevaluate their licenses every 10 years or on a more frequent basis. So you could see a lot of the plants still extending life. So I think that 40-year number is somewhat artificial.
So let me just follow up with you on that. If you look at the construction, right, so much of it is in China. How confident are you in either the Chinese regulatory system or their analysis of the lifetime of their reactors? Is that an issue at all, or?
No, I mean, when it comes to life of plant, there's issues in China. I think they're on par with anywhere in the world. I think, and they're pretty much, when I talk to most of my Chinese colleagues, I'm hearing 60 years is sort of the target for most of them as well.
Okay, great. So we'll start. I saw one hand up here. Okay.
Thank you. This is for Soichi. I wonder if you could comment on these hotspot markets for nuclear assets and whether the issue there is just, in your mind, is the sheer presence of the reactors, or is it that these places are also developing fuel enrichment capabilities? And second, is what is the role of the International Atomic Energy Agency in moderating who gets nuclear plants and under what conditions?
For the first question, whether or not the new entrant to nuclear energy markets have ambition to have fuel cycle capability is a kind of black box question. Some of them, I believe, have a great ambition to do that, not only for economic purposes, although they try to justify always they want to do it because they want to raise their self-sufficiency of energy for energy security reasons. But the term energy security is such a tricky concept. You can justify everything. Yes, we can pinpoint many parts of the world seeking to acquire nuclear reactors, plus or with or without the fuel cycle system. Well, I have difficulty finding justification for the standpoint of just mere economic reasons. They could have, they could find many other ways to meet their rising energy demands, but they never say that. And going back to your question about the fuel cycle, well, this is something we need to be extra careful about it. So I wish I knew the answer to identify which specific country has vivid ambition. But I have difficulty to deny they don't have such ambitions. As regards the role of IAEA, well, I've heard many saying that the role of IAEA needs to be enhanced, but for that, we have to increase our financial, all sorts of backings, because they don't have a sufficient number of experts, all sorts of tools to directly increase their activities worldwide.
Yeah, I would just add the IAEA really, it's an organization that is made up of its member states. So it's not going to decide which country gets nuclear power or even fuel cycle capabilities. And I would just, one tiny comment. Secretary Moniz mentioned the lessons of the Iran deal. Well, it cuts both ways, right? So one is that some of the additions that we've had to monitoring could certainly be incorporated into the regime. Downside of that may be if we decide that enrichment at higher levels of enriched uranium is not such a great idea, what does that do? Or even reprocessing, what does that do to advanced reactors? But the other part of it is, Iran will have an enrichment capability at the end of this, at the end of the deal. And I am not one, even though I work pretty significantly on this, to say, well, just because Iran has enrichment, that means the whole Middle East is going to go out and get enrichment capabilities. It doesn't work that way. But it certainly, I think, is influencing how Saudi Arabia feels and maybe some other countries about the deal. Sorry, I don't mean to go on. I saw another question back there. Please introduce yourself, and we'll try and keep the questions and the answers short so we can get to a bunch of folks. Right back in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Wood from Urenco. I want to thank all three of the panelists for the presentations. That was very informative. I had a question specific to how you perceive the future of nuclear power in Japan. 5.5 years after Fukushima, I think if we take stock of where we are, we have a restart process that is more prolonged and perhaps more difficult than many people anticipated. We have a number of court challenges to both started and idle reactors. We have public opinion polls that continue to show a high degree of concern or outright opposition to nuclear power. And finally, we have the two recent gubernatorial elections in which reactor restarts were a key issue, and candidates who were, shall we say, skeptical of nuclear power prevailed. So given that context, do you think that the government's goal of 20 to 22% nuclear power as a composition of generation by 2030 remains realistic? And if so, what are the steps that need to happen in Japan to sort of put that process on track? Thank you.
Well, this is a very good question. I actually anticipated, but I have to say, this is such a weapon-grade question. Well, I wish I could come up with specific answer, but well, it takes years actually to get the population convinced again of the need of nuclear energy. Although, those who are in the industry and the government are making extra effort to do that, as I intentionally emphasized in my own presentation. So, domestic society, public audience at large, tend to be over-focused on what is happening inside. Who knows what Russians are doing? Who knows the Chinese are doing in the international nuclear energy landscape? Well, in case some sort of very serious geopolitical accident or happening takes place, it might trigger changes of popular mindset, but otherwise it takes years. As regards the feasibility of the Japanese government's nuclear targets, so once again, I was just answering in my private capacity. I need to clear that, but I wouldn't say it would be easy. Well, I can't find the answer to make it really so easy, but at the same time, this is needed to have a sustainable energy security strategy of Japan. Japanese energy future cannot be designed without robust existence of nuclear industry.
Yeah, let me jump in. Chris, thanks for the question. So I think it's a little bit difficult for me to watch what's happening in Japan because over 15 years ago, I got my entry into the nuclear industry through Japan. So it's very unfortunate, certainly, that the country has 43 reactors, but only 3 of them operating. Actually, only 2 right now. But, when we look at the numbers and we keep forecasting updating those every quarter, every quarter we have to downgrade our outlook. It's getting really, really hard to see what's going to happen next in Japan. I talked to a lot of my Japanese colleagues, and recently it seems like those outside of Japan are more pessimistic about it than people in the Japanese nuclear industry. So they at least have some optimism, which is good, but I do think they're facing a lot of headwinds. I think right now we're looking at in the 15 to 18 reactors operating by 2020 is sort of where we're expecting.
I saw 2 hands in the middle here, Jane, and then this gentleman in the back. Or, yeah, take it. And then Jane. Can we take 2 questions together and let's be brief? Yeah.
Larry Meinert from the United States Geological Survey. We've heard from several speakers about the emergence of the Chinese nuclear industry. So my question is, what is known about the environmental and safety record in China, and in particular their plans or experience with disposal of waste products, either on-site, short-term, or long-term? Their record in many other industries is not stellar. So what gives us confidence that it will be much better in this industry?
Thank you so much to all the speakers for the great presentations. Jane Nakano with CSI's Energy Program. So my question, I guess, goes to Jonathan and Shoichi, although I do have a couple questions, but I don't want to really monopolize, but to Tina maybe later or the reception. But so I've been following what's been happening in UK with great interest. There's this sort of a trilateral collaboration in UK, and that's where I think in the it was a bit different from, I guess, how we might approach in the U.S. because we do consider nuclear to be more of a critical infrastructure, et cetera. But if we try to understand it in a more holistic way, both from the global partnership dimension as well as more perhaps the geopolitical lens, as Shoichi illuminated this afternoon. Should we see this as a unique incident, that there's this trilateral partnership with the investment from a country that may not quite share some of the political principles and norms that the U.S. has, or is this just could it be sort of an emergence of a new model of global partnership going forward?
Yeah, I'll take the first question first. The China situation. I mean, certainly, it's not unusual to hear people questioning the track record in terms of licensing and environmental concerns. But in terms of the nuclear side, what I can tell you is on the waste disposal, so they have a plan to do a closed fuel cycle, so reprocessing is their #1 focus. They have a small pilot plant operating, and they're going to be building a bigger one pretty soon. In the near term, they have most of the plants are pretty new, so they have room in their pools to store, but they do have some dry cask storage as well. And that's actually that's an opportunity for U.S. companies to go over there and sell some of those because they don't have their own technology. They're importing those right now. But yeah, long-term reprocessing is going to be their focus. Now, low-level waste, they have a disposal site, a centralized site as well, a couple actually. So I think, yeah, once their fleet gets up to 100 reactors or something like that, maybe they'll have some bigger concerns and issues with waste management. Right now, since it's a new fleet, our first reactor in China started in 1994, they're not there yet. They're not at the same state of the industry. But definitely something to keep watching.
Who wanted to comment on Jane's trilateral question?
I do that.
Would you like to?
Yeah, let me make a comment on Jane's question. This is a topic I've been discussing with both Chinese and non-Chinese experts. And my observation is that the Hinkley Point case is not be exceptional, at least in the short to mid-term, because the Chinese themselves are not fully confident of what they're doing. In this point, they're quite different from the Russian mindset. The Chinese are realistic, more or less, on this point because of the number of reactors they are constructing domestically, and they are under pressure by the government to maximize nuclear reactor exports. But they're just beginning. It's quite important for them to make sure everything goes smoothly, because one single accident would be a huge blow to their own industry, and they don't forget about it. But the challenge we have to bear in mind is, well, considering the number of domestic reactors under construction plus the number of nuclear deals the Xi Jinping has already inked. Well, we need to be careful over this, what's going to happen is, in what time span they could, bring up sufficient number of nuclear scientists, engineers, operators, both domestically and internationally. It's not because they're Chinese, it's just because the physical robust fact.
Can I add real quick? Just one quick, I agree with Shoichi. I don't think it's a unique case. I think the Hinkley Point project, specifically Areva and those companies, might not exactly be repeated, but China's already partnering in Romania for 2 CANDU reactors. CGN is there. And if you look at other projects, Chinese involvement is certainly likely to be in partnership with some other companies, in Argentina as well. So going forward, will China be able to do a whole nuclear project on its own, one of the companies? I think they're doing it in Pakistan. That's a unique case. But outside of there, will they get there? I think so, but maybe the learning curve hasn't, they haven't gotten there fully yet. Even in their own reactors in China, they don't have 100% domestic supply. They have up to 10% foreign content for some of the domestic reactors.
Yeah, before we take, I think, at least 2 more questions. I'm not sure we actually answered Larry's question on environmental and safety. China, I think, is under increasing pressure from its public on environmental issues. And as a matter of fact, they've had some protests at nuclear plants. I don't remember whether it was the enrichment plant or fabrication, fuel fab. 10 years ago, I think it was when Dale Klein was head of the NRC, he criticized them on the quality assurance of the components going into our AP1000s that were being built there. I think they've probably improved that. But I would say maybe the biggest question I have is, do they have the number of regulators that they really need? I think that's been an issue for them. I think they're actually trying to address some of those issues. So I can't, give a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but I think it is a concern.
Sure. Let me if you look at what happened post-Fukushima, so they stopped building any new reactors for almost 2 years, and to your point on the regulator, they beefed that up in a big way. They went back and rewrote a lot of their regulations, and they added a lot of staff and resources. Now, is it enough? I'm not going to say I know that, but it's getting up to the top levels in the Chinese government as to, if we want to have a successful domestic nuclear power program, let alone be able to export, safety and security are going to have to be paramount. And I think they're taking that message to heart.
So let's take 2 together. I see Steve and then this gentleman in the back.
Thank you. Stephen Dolly with Platts. There seems to be an agreement in the U.S. nuclear industry that NRC needs to do more than it has so far to prepare to certify advanced reactor designs and license advanced reactors when and if such applications come to them. But after that point, it breaks down into a very large Christmas wish list of things that the industry would like to see for development of advanced reactors. And I'd be interested in the panelists' thoughts on which 2 or 3 things, other than in addition to NRC licensing and review reform, would be needed to have robust development of advanced reactors in the U.S.
Just one more hand in the back.
Yes, Robert Lanza from ICF. I had a question about the advanced technology presentation about the MIT molten salt process. You had said that there was some possibility for that process to recycle spent fuel. And my question is that our current public policy is to dispose of spent fuel in a geologic repository. And I'm wondering how advanced that technology is in terms of potential for fruition, and whether there's an impending public policy discussion that might need to happen with respect to reprocessing.
Okay, so I'll start with the second question first, and then I'll come back to my perspective on yours, Stephen. You're right that this idea of using the existing spent fuel does not have a clear path, certainly, maybe not even a viable path in the U.S. I think that particular design is progressing. I don't really have a basis to judge how mature it is, but certainly that paradigm is pretty far from being something that could just be built and operated in that manner today. It can be fueled with new fuel, though. So the kind of compelling case of waste management is interesting, but yes, there would have to be a lot of things changed for that to happen currently. And then, Stephen, you asked about what are some of the significant things that need to be done to catalyze to catalyze these. We recently participated in a series of technology-centric workshops where we got together the molten salt people and the fast reactor people and the high temperature gas reactor people, because you're right, after the first cry for a changed regulatory approach, it quickly fractures into what each of these developers need. When we met with them in small groups, I would say a few of the things that rapidly rose to the top were materials development. A lot of the designs that could go to very high temperatures may make compromises in their initial approaches due to the availability of materials and the knowledge of those materials and the code cases and acceptance that go with those. So materials research, very high. Using modeling and simulation tools was maybe the second issue that we heard, and that is an area that is ripe for public, private, and university work to move forward. And then the third thing was the need for large test facilities and fuel testing capabilities that probably only can happen through the national labs. So I think those are the top three things that from my take, that the advanced reactor community is looking for help and recognizes that those things will move all technologies forward as everybody works to optimize their individual designs.
So I'll take a totally different view of it, more on the market aspects of these technologies. I think I agree with Tina what she said. I'm not as expert in those areas anyway, but I think when I look at it, when you just look at advanced technologies, whether they're light water or the more advanced ones, it's a chicken and the egg issue when it comes to markets. So you talk to the developer and they say, well, we need buyers for this technology, otherwise we can't develop it. The buyers, the potential buyers say, well, we might buy it, but we want it proven, we want it to be, available to us, ready to go. But there's got to be some give there. I think the new scale model working with Idaho National Lab, UAMPS, and E&W is sort of goes back to when we began nuclear power in the U.S. in the 1950s and 60s. That's how it worked. Different utilities got together and started to sort of test reactors together and put up some money. But I don't know if that's the only way to do it. I'm sure there's other models, but certainly consortia and so forth are probably more likely. I think it's good to see some of these advanced technologies get some early buy-in, or at least interest by the likes of Southern Company and TVA and some of the utilities out there. But I also would say the U.S. shouldn't be so U.S.-centric on these technologies. I think this is a global opportunity, and start talking to international countries. And I mean, Canada's got some interesting things going on, but beyond that as well. So, you look at TerraPower. Once I asked Bill Gates, why is he building or going to China with his design? And he said, well, that's one of the people that would be willing to actually build these reactors. So, these advanced technologies, I think, have a lot of promise, but finding the market interest early on is going to be key.
Well, thank you. That is all the time we have. Did you want to add anything? No? Okay. That's all the time we have. Thanks for your great questions, and please join me in thanking our panelists. We'll take a 10-minute break, reconvening at 6 minutes. Oh, okay. All right. So we're up with the next panel. Thank you all.
So are we ready for the last session, last but not least? Okay. So my name is Jane Nakano. I'm Senior Fellow with CSIS Energy and National Security Program. It's my great honor, first off, to certainly have this conference today, but to have the honor of chairing the last session, which will focus on I guess I don't want to say what ifs, but the nuclear retirements is a reality, but in what scale and what pace are some of the more of questions that we're trying to examine. But this session, I reached out to some of the best experts in the field to come and share with us what they think about these questions, and namely, I mean, the three questions that I'm hoping that we can really take a close look at are, what are the key regulatory and policy issues that the decommissioning entails? I mean, in other words, I guess, as a nation, what are some of the issues we should be aware of? Because we do hear a lot about utilities, thinking about decommissioning because, among other things, natural gas being very competitive, and so there is the economic consequence associated with keep running some of nuclear power plants. But there are also, I guess, policy and economic implications that may, new set of sort of issues that may arise from the decision to decommission. Also, there are climate-related implications as well, and so so here, you certainly have the agenda and a full bio on these speakers, but this session will have these three great experts. I guess you really don't. I don't really need to do the introduction to introduce Dr. Alison McFarland, but she's currently the professor of professor of science policy and international affairs at George Washington University, and also director of the Center for International Science and Technology Policy at the university's Elliott School of International Affairs. Of course, as you all know, she served as a well, I guess it says chairman, but I guess chairperson of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from July 2012 until December 2014. To her left is Eric Knox. He's currently a senior project director for nuclear and environment for ICOM. He also serves as the chairman emeritus of the executive committee for the U.S. Nuclear Infrastructure Council. Prior to joining ICOM, he held a number of key positions in the U.S. government, including senior advisor to 3 secretaries of energy, Watkins, Abraham, and Bodman. To my right is Whitney Herndon. She's a research analyst at Rhodium Group. It's a group headquartered in New York, and although she was kind enough to fly in from California, we work quite closely with Rhodium. We do respect their modeling work quite a bit here at CSIS, but she among other things, she uses a range of energy and economic models to analyze the impact of policy proposals on the U.S. Power sector, energy market, and macroeconomy. And before joining Rhodium, Whitney was a policy analyst at the Nicholas Institute for Environmental Policy Solutions at Duke University. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the Honorable Alison McFarland for, here we go, yeah. 15 to 20 minute of remarks. Great, thank you.
And okay, now we're on the right topic. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jane, for the invitation to speak to everybody today. It's been a really interesting afternoon so far. I've learned a lot, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion now. So I'm going to focus my remarks on regulatory and policy issues to do with nuclear power plant decommissioning, for the most part. So, and I'm going to mostly focus on the U.S., though there are many trends that I think can be generalized. A number of shutdowns have occurred recently. You all know that Germany's decided to phase out of nuclear power by 2022. Japan, as we just discussed, has had a number of shutdowns and may have many more. It's really up in the air right now. Canada, the UK have had shutdowns, of course the US, and I'll focus on that. France is talking about shutting down a certain number of its nuclear power plants as well. The bottom line, I think, is that decommissioning is going to be big business in the future, if it isn't already. In terms of the US, and you've heard this already from other speakers, 100, actually 99 as of today, operating reactors because the Fort Calhoun plant just shut down. There's over 74,000 metric tons of spent fuel in the US, and we'll come back to the waste issue. And this is distributed at a number of sites around the country, in addition to which there's also high-level waste from the nuclear weapons complex, so always remember about that. In terms of US reactor shutdowns, if we look over time, we can see them sort of clustered, a number in the 1970s, a few in the 1980s. There was a real cluster in the late 1990s when deregulation occurred, and now we're seeing more. These are the ones that have happened so far in 2013 and 2014, and there are a number of impending ones, which we talked about already to some degree, spread around the country. And there are other plants that are under threat that have been acknowledged by companies like Exelon and First Energy and Dominion. And so we'll see what happens in the US going forward with this. In terms of the decommissioning process, so let me explain some of this. There are a couple options, and this is global, right? You can decide to dismantle your plant immediately. In the US, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission refers to this as the decon option. Or you could decide to wait and defer dismantling your plant for some number of years, usually decades. And the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission refers to this as safe store. There actually is a third option, and tomb, you may be disturbed to know, where you just sort of bury it under a bunch of concrete. Now that really isn't an option, certainly in the US, for nuclear power plants. It might be an option for nuclear research reactors, but not for nuclear power plants. But those in general are the three options, and I'm going to spend a little time talking about those. But first, let me just walk you through what happens when you do start to dismantle your plant. And by the way, in the US, the rule is that decommissioning must be complete by year 60 after you ceased operations. So that's the rule in the US. That's a pretty long time. In other countries, it starts as early as 25 years. And some countries go as long as 100, actually, potentially. So there's a range. So what happens with the decommissioning process is the first thing that happens is that the spent fuel, the fuel is removed from the reactor pressure vessel, okay? That has to be done as step number one. Whether you're going to go into safe store or not, the fuel has to come out of the reactor pressure vessel and into the pool. Once that's done, you usually in the US have to submit a letter to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The next step for the US, within 2 years of shutdown, is a requirement that the owner submit a post-shutdown decommissioning activities report, a PSDAR, that tells out in detail what the planned activities are going to be, what the schedule of those activities is going to be, and what the costs are going to be. And it doesn't matter what option you choose, you have to submit that PSDAR. Under current regulations, the NRC does not approve or disapprove. You just have to submit the report. And then you have to eventually, once you get into dismantlement, you have to remove equipment, you may have to do decontamination, you have to deal with different waste streams, which I'll talk about later. And then I'll also mention another aspect to this. Usually there is part of the process is dealing with the public, and usually the local public in the area. And this public engagement piece can be very important. And I'm happy to talk about it more in the Q&A. So let me just give you an example. Yankee Row plant in Massachusetts, in western Massachusetts. Here it is, and now it's gone. The only thing that exists at the Yankee Row plant is the spent fuel. And that's the case for a number of plants that have almost fully decommissioned in the US. So let's go back to that decision whether to decommission or right away or to wait. And there are advantages to waiting, of course. Radiation, being radiation, will decrease over time. Therefore, the dose to workers who would be doing all of this dismantlement will theoretically, and I say theoretically, be lower because in practice that actually hasn't necessarily been the case. And of course, potentially the amount of waste will be reduced. If you do not have enough money to pay for decommissioning right away, you have time to grow this money. And of course, if there aren't good options for dealing with your waste streams over time, hopefully they will appear. And if you own multiple plants, it might be better to wait until a number of them are shut down and deal with them all at once than to do them one by one. On the other hand, and there are some countries actually that require, like France, that require immediate decommissioning. And there's sort of a trend more now towards immediate decommissioning because there are many advantages to decommissioning immediately. In terms of workforce, you right now, as you're operating a plant, have a workforce that's very knowledgeable. If you let them go and let 40 years pass, you'll have to hire a whole new set of people with that knowledge. In fact, you may lose knowledge, specific knowledge about the plant and how it's operated in the past. And this is a way of easing the economic impact on the workers and the area by keeping at least some of them employed for a significant period, because it will take years to decommission. So there's also potentially less economic shock to the area that the plant is located in. There's also more certainty. You have much more certainty about how much decommissioning will cost, because prices of different parts of this may go up over time or not. You will know who is going to be doing this decommissioning process. So for the plants that exist in the US, if you wait 50 years to start decommissioning, are you sure those owner-operators are still going to be in existence? And if not, then who is going to do this? And then, of course, there's less risk, potentially, to your decommissioning funds. So this is the other side of the you can grow your money or maybe not if there's some kind of economic shock. And of course, I think there's more public acceptance to move through this quickly and reuse the land for some other purpose. It might be a natural gas plant. It might be a state park. Who knows? But those are different options. So there's different things to weigh in thinking about the strategy. And so in the U.S. experience, like I said, there are a number of plants that now just have the spent fuel, the independent spent fuel storage facility in the U.S. There are a few plants that are actually in the process of decommissioning. And there are a number of plants, that last four there on that list, that actually, whoops, one of my little thingies is not there, that actually are at plants with operating reactors. And so it's a better idea for them to wait instead of trying to decommission. Of the plants that have recently announced that they were shutting down, recently shut down, 3 of them have decided to go into safe store and not terminate their licenses until 2073, which is a long time from now. Whereas the San Onofre plant in Southern California is in the process of decommissioning. In large part, this decision was taken because the top 3 plants did not have the funds sufficient to decommission right now. But San Onofre did. Okay, in terms of decommissioning experience, this is the main Yankee plant on the right. In terms of international and US experience of actual decommissioning that has occurred, it can take between 5 and 15 years. And the costs, in terms of cost estimates, and these are estimates based on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission data, ranges between
$450 to over $1 billion per reactor, not per site, per reactor. Actual costs from a couple of the plants that have decommissioned in the US have been between 300 and over 800 million per reactor. And in part, the cost depends on the amount of decontamination that has to occur, depends on the amount of contamination at the site, et cetera. So there are different things that go into these. But you're going to talk about cost. So let me go back to some of the regulatory issues and talk about some of the funding of decommissioning. Owner-operators are required every 2 years to report to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission the status of their decommissioning fund, which doesn't cover spent fuel, by the way, it's just decommissioning for the reactor. And the NRC checks to make sure that they have sufficient funds based on when their license expires. So if they shut down before the license expires, that's when you potentially run into problems. In terms of plants, currently, decommissioning is done under the operating license, okay? So this is a bit of a problem because it requires lots of exemptions. Once you remove the fuel from the reactor, the risk is significantly lower. And so plants apply to have reductions in the security forces, and they apply to have reductions in the emergency planning rules, and they're usually granted. So in response to that, finally, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is working on a decommissioning planning rule. It's expected in 2019, and it will deal with a variety of issues. It's going to consider whether, for instance, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission should actually approve the PSDAR. It's going to look at those timeframes for safe store. Is 60 years too long or too short? And it's going to look at actually codifying the role of state and the public engagement after the shutdown. So we'll see what they come up with. Let me speak briefly about waste streams in terms of decommissioning. So here are some examples from actual decommissioning, the two right-hand columns. There are a variety of classes of low-level waste and a real wide variety of volumes that are produced, depending again on the amount of decontamination, et cetera, that has to occur. These waste streams tend to go to landfills, that's for very, very low-level waste, or to low-level waste facilities. But the greater than Class C waste requires deep geologic repository, and so does spent fuel. And of course, we all know the story with that. There's no site available for either of those right now. Some recent developments. Secretary of Energy talked about the consent-based siting process, so I won't say anything more about it here, just reminding you that the Department of Energy is doing quite a series of public engagements to work on a consent-based siting process. There have been a couple of new developments in terms of centralized storage facilities, these interim facilities that Secretary Moniz talked about. Waste control specialists based in Andrews, Texas, submitted a license application to develop a centralized storage facility for spent fuel last April to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And Holtec International says that it will be doing a similar thing for a site in New Mexico. They plan to submit their license application next month. And the other recent development has to do with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the passage of the continued storage rule in 2014. And the continued storage rule basically addresses the storage of spent fuel at reactors after reactors have ceased operating, and what kind of environmental impacts will come from that. And the continued storage rule basically says that no small impacts over the indefinite future, which basically means that there is no impetus at all to do anything with this spent fuel from the regulatory perspective. So we have a stalemate on the waste side of things currently, and I'll just highlight some of the players in this waste stalemate, which you can't read. We have Congress. Congress right now is, as you know, not doing much. As far as they're concerned, the wastes are safe, and the next election is probably more important. In terms of the Department of Energy, as you heard Secretary of Energy say, they have no legal authority to solve this problem entirely right now. If they were given some legal authority, they could certainly do something like establish a centralized facility, but they don't have that. In terms of the industry, we know that they're under economic pressure, so right now they need to focus on reducing costs, and they're not interested in really doing anything to address the waste situation. In terms of the Department of Justice, why do I mention them? Well, there is something called the Judgment Fund. Because the Department of Energy violated its contract, it did not start accepting waste in 1998 under the Nuclear Waste Policy Act. Basically, the taxpayers are now paying to store spent fuel at many reactors around the country. And to try to minimize those costs, the Department of Justice is basically forcing the lowest cost option on everybody. And then you have the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. As I said, with the continued storage rule, there is no forcing mechanism for any kind of action because the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has said the waste is safe indefinitely. And then in terms of anti-nuclear groups, they tend to oppose a repository and oppose transportation. And so the only ones who want to actually move the waste and do something are the communities that live near these decommissioning facilities. And so we have a stalemate. Okay, I'll conclude with some final thoughts. In the near future, I think we may see more plant shutdowns. So we need to ensure that there's A, enough money for these places to decommission, and B, that somebody is going to be responsible 60 years from now to make sure that this happens. And we also need to ensure that there's a place for all of this waste to go. So we need to prioritize a repository program. All right, I will leave it there and move on to Eric.
How do I advance it?
That way.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. I think that was a great presentation to precede mine because I agree, decommissioning is a big business. It's going to be a bigger business whether we like it or not. And I'll try to get right into my presentation. I'm going to cover just a couple of quick things today. I'll go over a little bit of why am I with our company qualified to talk about decommissioning, and then kind of give you more of the global perspective on what the challenges are. AECOM is probably one of the biggest companies you've never heard of. We have 92,000 employees in over 150 countries. And of that, we do about $4 billion a year in nuclear waste management and decommissioning work around the U.S. and in the U.K. One project I'll point out is Dune Ray, where we're decommissioning a reactor for the British government. There, we're on the team. Some examples of site projects that aren't necessarily reactors. I'll highlight East Tennessee Technology Park in the bottom right-hand corner, which if you look at that, that was actually 100 acres. It was the largest nuclear complex under one roof. 100 acres under one roof. We finished that up back this last August and celebrated that in September. So we do know that decommissioning is a big business. It's a slow business, and it is a regulated business. So globally, what you have is roughly 441 reactors around the world, and they account for about 11% of the world's electricity. 80% of the fleet is in OECD countries, and of that, more than 3/4 is over 25 years old. I'll focus on that. Now, I understand this presentation is going to be made available, so I'm not going to read every word on here. So if you look at next to the last bullet, 110 commercial reactors, 46 experimental reactors or prototypes, 250 research reactors have already been permanently shut down. And some of these facilities have been fully dismantled, some have not. And so over the next 20 years and beyond, the IAEA estimates that 150 gigawatts or more than 200 nuclear plants are expected to be retired. The bulk of the worldwide retirements are in mature markets. So, been a lot of discussion about what's being developed and built in China today, India, et cetera. If you look at the US and Europe and Japan, that's the mature markets. That's where most of the decommissioning is going to occur. You look at, Germany being part of Europe, and they've already committed to shut down all of theirs. Rate of retirements pick up in the first half of the 2020s. In the US alone, if you assume that all existing operating nuclear power plants get a 20-year life extension, all of the existing operating reactors, with the exception of Watts Bar and the 4 that are under construction at Vogtle and VC Summer, all of the other reactors will be shut down by 2048. And so just to put that into context, we're about 7 years away from having one reactor every 8 to 12 weeks come offline. Think about that. One reactor every 8 to 12 weeks, every 2 to 3 months, we're going to have a reactor coming offline, not because of economic decisions, but because their reactor licenses expire, unless, of course, we figure out a way to license them beyond 60. And people are discussing that. So third bullet down, average rate of retirements is about 5 gigawatts per year, compared with new additions of about 15 per year. One of the ways you look at that is if you look at it globally, they're going to be building about 10 reactors a year. Well, 8 are going to be coming offline, so it's like 10 steps forward and 8 steps back. So it's not, massive growth. The age profile of operating reactors, you can kind of see that right there. And that breaks it down by country, United States, European Union, and you see the mature markets, really at the top. Russia's included in there. I didn't mention it earlier, but it's included in there. The global reactor fleet's 27 years. In the US, our average fleet age is 33 years. Half of the capacity in non-OECD countries is less than 15 years. So if you think about, we've got reactors coming online, we've got a lot of reactors going offline. It is a big business, and it is a growing business. That's just another representation of operating reactors. 356 are over 20 years old. This chart, I think, is pretty good, because if you look at, at the bottom, start at the European Union, Japan, United States, compared to the top where, new plants are versus old plants. And if you look at retirements in yellow, it's the mature countries that actually have retirements. And so I think that's just a good representation of where the market for doing decommissioning work is going to be. This kind of gets into cost, and I know I'm going quickly because I want to, I know we're the last panel of the day before the reception starts, and I really think that you guys probably like engaging in dialogue and asking questions more anyway. Projected international D&D markets on the left, you can see. I like this chart over here on the right, and I'm going to go to, I can't read that from here, so I'm going to go to my chart here. If I can find it. Let's see here. Here it is. And if you just read you some of the numbers here, the projected cost in the U.S., $28 billion. This is just 2015 to 2025, the next 10 years. Europe is $21 billion. Asia is $20 billion. And so if you do all the numbers, it comes out to, I think, around $130 billion. And so, again, Germany shut down 8 of its units in 2011. They shut down another one in 2015. The remaining 8 units will come offline by 2022. So that's, if you do the math, that's 17 reactors they have, 17 that will be decommissioned. And so just looking at simple math, if you figure the average, most experts, and again, it's based on what Allison provided in her presentation, most experts believe these things are going to run between $750 million to a little over $1 billion each to decommission. So it's $17 billion in decommissioning cost in Germany. And that's a conservative estimate. Those are conservative estimates. Some of these are going to cost more. And that's just to decommission. It's not to dispose of the fuel or any of those things. So when you start really getting into that, it's just one country. All the UK's first generation, again, mature markets are shut down. France has a total of 13 to be decommissioned. So it's a lot of power coming offline. And so when you start talking about the economics of decommissioning, I don't think, and that's not part of this discussion, but another part of the economic discussion is what does it cost to replace that capacity, whether you use wind, solar, hydro, nuclear, or something else. This is big business, not just decommissioning, but the energy markets. Decommissioning Asia, so far Japan has declared that 8 reactors will be decommissioned, I believe, and there's probably someone here who knows the exact number. I think they have about 48 reactors in Japan. It's a little less than 50, I've heard, and as many as 25 may be restarted. Those decisions haven't been made yet. So if you look at that, that's roughly half of the fleet that would be totally decommissioned in Japan. South Korea has announced its first reactor will be shut down and decommissioned. Taiwan, if Jinshan 1 and 2 don't get their life extensions, they'll be shut down in 2018, in 2019, respectively there. This kind of breaks down decommissioning cost. And so you look at the fact that you have, this chart, I think, oversimplifies it from, operations and shutdown cost are, heavy on the front end. And then when you get out, a number of years over time, the final decommissioning demolition cost are really, the big drivers on the back end. But on the front end, annual surveillance, maintenance, removal of high risk cost. I think the way I like to describe it is when you start decommissioning, you're basically building the reactor in reverse. Before you operate the reactor, the last thing you do is put the fuel in and kind of turn it on, so to speak. When you decide to shut it down and decommission it, the first thing you do is turn it off and take the fuel out. And so then you decommission it and construct it in reverse. So here's your order of magnitude decommissioning cost estimates through 2040. So remember, we're going to still be shutting down reactors beyond 2040, but this is just a quick and dirty projection. Totals between 155 and 175 billion. These are very conservative estimates. These are estimates that if somebody challenged me on them, I could come up with, the source of all the costs based on historical data, and this is also in current year numbers. So I've seen projections saying that you're really looking at $500 billion over time to do all the decommissioning, but I think that's that's the extreme bound on the upper end. But I think these are fairly realistic, and I do think they are a little bit optimistic. And then I'll note that Japan is they're estimating 30 to 50 billion just for Fukushima Daiichi. In summary, decommission we've been decommissioning plants for a couple of decades. It's going to be an increasingly important segment of the nuclear energy industry. I'll just stop here and just say that power companies and municipal utilities, et cetera, the people that produce power to sell electricity, they make decisions to add capacity, whether it's nuclear, solar, natural gas, or hydro, based on a certain set of economic conditions. Companies like mine, and other companies, they build reactors and they tear down reactors. We do it because we pursue the market where the business is. We don't, make those decisions to build reactors or tear them down. We're the people they hire when they do that. But we look at all of these market trends because we're chasing business. the same as, a Bechtel or a Fluor or, some of our competitor companies or BWXT, companies that go out and do construction and decommissioning as well. They're looking at some of the same indicators that we are. And decommissioning is a growth market. Let's see, I'll just kind of hurry on down to the bottom and go to the availability of waste disposition options. You've heard it said several times today, and I'll emphasize this as well. Maine Yankee, I think, is a good example. They decommissioned that plant, and it's just a green field except for you have a concrete pad, and you're seeing this over and over. And so you can't just say, okay, we're done, fuel's there, and walk away. There are carrying costs because you have to maintain guns, guards, bullets, and monitoring of that site as long as that fuel's there. And it's not cheap, it's millions of dollars a year. And so when you look right now, you have about 10 to 12 sites that are very similar to that. And you start going, well, it's, let's say for easy math, it's $5 million a year. You have 10 of those, that's $50 million a year. It's not that cheap, it's actually a little bit more than that, but I like easy math. And so, so when you start getting to, 20, 30, 40 of those sites, it's a lot of money. And so I think the initiatives to consolidate fuel at an interim storage facility or to, find a way to actually have a deep geologic repository so we can start shipping this stuff over time, it's going to save all of us money. And thank you very much.
Great. So thanks, Jane and CSIS, for having us. And thanks to everyone who's stuck around this far. My presentation is a little bit higher level, so maybe that'll be nice for being the last panelist. So we want to share with you guys the results of an analysis we have coming out next week on some of the implications of retiring these existing nuclear plants within the United States that we've all alluded to here today. So I think my slides are showing up a little lighter than I intended, but bear with me. So there's a variety of estimates out there for how many plants within the United States are at risk. It probably ranges from a quarter to over 50% of the current fleet. And that's due to both economic risk and political risk. So out of all the plants, we kind of did a best guess of which ones we thought were at risk. And what we came up with was 28 gigawatts of at-risk plants throughout the United States by 2030, and this is a change from 2012 numbers. And this is a display of the geographic distribution of where those plants are located throughout the United States. And the reason why this is helpful is because I think nuclear is a very regional issue in both what's contributing to the risks these plants are seeing and some of the solutions we might need to keep them around if that's what we choose we want to do. And because of that, we kind of think of, oh, this is Illinois' problem, or this is New York's problem. And what this shows is there are a lot of plants that are at risk in the east, north, central, Midwest area of the United States. But by 2030, the spread of plants at risk is actually kind of throughout the United States. So this isn't just one region's problem. It might take different types of solutions, but it's pretty spread out as far as where the plants are that are at risk. And that regionality also contributes to why those plants are at risk, but I'm not going to go into that. So what we did is we modeled kind of 3 future pathways, and we assumed the same retirement pathway. So it's the same exact 28 gigawatts retired in all scenarios. The dates for those retirements, if the plants date is not announced was just what we considered to be a best guess, essentially. So we looked at these retirements, the 28 gigawatts, throughout 3 scenarios, and they all were bounded by Clean Power Plan implementation. And the reason for this is we're trying to get an estimate for both energy market impacts and emissions impacts, and we're trying to bound that estimate, so we're not going for precision. We don't want to be exact, but this issue's been coming up a lot, and we want to have something in our minds where we can think, okay, this is how many, this is the emissions impact we're talking about, or this is how many new natural gas plants are going to be coming online, just to kind of get the conversation started of what we're looking at. So in order to do that, you really have to take a look at what will be the most influential policy and driver of change in our electricity sector coming up in the next 10 to 15 years, and that would be the Clean Power Plan. And since the Clean Power Plan, as I think we're probably all aware, is mainly up to states to decide how they will forge their implementation plans, we can't really guess what will happen. And so we just did 3 scenarios and looked at the retirements under those scenarios. The first one is kind of what I think most modelers consider the classic Clean Power Plan pathway. This is essentially a cap on all fossil units within the power sector. It uses the existing plus the new source complement. And it's mass-based trading. The regions can trade within themselves, but not among each other. And allowance value is recycled to consumers. So that's kind of our main CPP pathway. Now the iteration we did on that was not using the new source complement and not covering the new sources. So only existing sources are capped within the power sector. And the third pathway that we looked at was just one in which there is no Clean Power Plan. And although we don't foresee there to be probably no Clean Power Plan, it is stayed in the Supreme Court, and so we just wanted to see what the emissions would look like without a Clean Power Plan. So under the 3 scenarios, this graph shows the change from 2015 emissions. So this is your abatement chart. So on the very left, this is again, the classic Clean Power Plan when existing and new sources are capped. This is where you see the most abatement. And we're looking at 3 different years, so 2020, which is before Clean Power Plan implementation, 2025, and 2030. So what we see is that in the Clean Power Plan pathway where existing and new sources are capped, there's some overcompliance both before the Clean Power Plan and in the early years of the Clean Power Plan. And that overcompliance is eroded when we retire these nuclear plants. Now, by the time that the Clean Power Plan is more stringent in 2030, the emissions impact is relatively pretty small. And that's because there is essentially a cap on the power sector. So in the next Clean Power Plan scenario where we've just capped the existing units, this is the scenario with the nuclear retirements that we see the biggest erosion of emissions, even more so than when there's no Clean Power Plan. And I'll explain this a little bit more with the next slide because it's a little bit more helpful to look at when you see the generation changes as well. But essentially what we find, and sorry for those of you who aren't Clean Power Plan nerds like myself, but just to explain it a little bit, what we find is that when you add the new sources and the new source complement to the cap, because the new source complement is relatively more stringent. That actually increases the stringency of the pathway when you are capping existing plus new sources. So if you remove the new source complement and the new sources, you're relatively less stringent for your cap in the power sector, and that allows more coal to stick around and generate, and allows some more flexibility for gas. And then of course you're not capping any new sources, so new natural gas is free to do as it pleases as far as emissions goes. So like I said, in this scenario, we're looking at 50 to 60 million metric tons per year of additional emissions due to the nuclear retirements. Without the Clean Power Plan on the far right, there is still a pretty substantial emissions impact. It's about 40 to 50 million metric tons per year. So any abatement you see compared to 2015 is pretty much eroded by 2020. And then we see emissions going up from there. So generation, which is ultimately what determines your emissions, just to zoom in here. So this is a graph of generation. The colors, just to go through them, the blue on the top is renewables. The green is natural gas generation, the yellow is coal, and then the orange, of course, is your retiring nuclear. So in all three of the scenarios, what we see is that coal is definitely, before the Clean Power Plan years, taking up some of this displacement of nuclear generation. And then, of course, the rest is filled by natural gas. And then in some of the pathways, we see a little bit of renewables coming in. But the predominant trend in all the scenarios is natural gas is the main displacement for nuclear generation. And to dive in a little bit deeper, because there's a couple things that were kind of surprising to us and might be a little counterintuitive for you guys. So the Clean Power Plan existing in new source compliance pathway, we see additional coal displacement towards the end of the forecast. And that's because when you're capping the entire power sector and natural gas is coming in to displace nuclear, something needs to leave the cap. And in that case, it's coal generation. And so something needs to also replace that coal generation, which is why we see that this is the scenario with the greatest increase in renewable generation. In the other CPP iteration we did, where we're just capping the existing sources, again, there's kind of a less stringent cap in place, and this is the only scenario we see coal making up for some of the nuclear generation loss throughout the forecast. And this is the least benefit to renewables. Without this Clean Power Plan, which is kind of the scenario where you expect to see the most coal, we don't see that at all, actually, except for just the early years. And that's because at that point, when you have no Clean Power Plan, kind of all the economic coal, the coal that's economic to stick around, the marginal increase, the benefits of that aren't really there when you retire the nuclear. So you still see natural gas coming in, and you see renewables because in this scenario there's less renewables, so it's easier to build renewables with the supply curve assumptions. So taking it back to even one step higher, what does this mean for some of the commitments we've made internationally? So specifically, what we've committed to achieve in our US Paris goals. So just to give some context for, okay, what does this roughly 50 million metric tons of emissions mean? So what you see, the blue bars are our gap to achieving our goals in Paris. So it's a range, the minimum being on the left and the maximum being on the right. So that's how far we need to go above current and proposed policies. So the reason it's a range is because there's land use and land use change uncertainty, and there's also current and proposed policy uncertainty, including the Clean Power Plan itself. So when we're looking at the minimum of that range, the nuclear emissions leakage is about 11%, and when we're looking at the maximum of that range, it's about 5%. So I guess some people might consider that relatively small, or others relatively large, considering the smaller number of plants that we're looking at. But that just gives some context for how much this emissions impact will be materially. And that's it.
Thank you so much for the 3 great presentations. I do want to open the floor for questions, but I do have a question, one question to each of the speakers. So let me ask one, and then after we do sort of a panel response, and then we'll open up the floor to the questions. I guess this is could be more of a combined question to Allison and Eric, but in Germany's case, we've sort of talked a lot more about sort of domestic stuff the past 60 minutes or so, but I guess in their case, it was the deliberate policy to have this big wave of retirements. And here in the U.S., it's quite different. It's combination of it has a lot to do with I guess economics, but what are some of the lessons that we should be taking, or what are some of the takeaways from what the Germany is experiencing in terms of the country's economic readiness to face these decommissioning or retirement waves? And that's to both of you, and to, I guess, Eric, in some of the earlier sessions, there was a discussion about BOO, build, own, and operate, being one of the sort of emerging marketing strategy to some of the new entrants or countries that are aspiring to become nuclear markets. If BOO becomes very much sort of a trend, how would that impact the workforce concern that an economy may have as they plan to? Maybe it's much more down the road, because these won't be more established markets, but many I guess decades down the road, I'm just sort of trying to picture how a nuclear market may react, because if it's if you don't have if you don't have indigenous workforce to begin with, because you basically went with the BOO, how would that impact the labor force issue? And to some extent, would that simply just globalize the business, not accelerate the globalization of a D&D business? And to you, Whitney, I don't think I'm quite sort of a CPP person as you are. If you could sort of elaborate on the timing or timeline issue, in that we're all aware that a CPP is going through this legal challenge right now. How sensitive is your modeling to the potential sort of significant delays associated with CPP in the courtroom, and against this sort of a wave or waves of nuclear retirements in the U.S.? So if we could start with that.
Okay, I don't profess to be an expert on Germany and what they're doing, but and I don't know, honestly, that there are too many lessons to be learned right now. I know that they have I think they've just settled on a process for paying for decommissioning, which doesn't apply to us because we settled on a process a long time ago. So we're ahead of that. They're in the process of settling on a process for figuring out what to do with all this waste. And I'm sure we will learn lessons from them, because we aren't very far along ourselves anymore with that. So I think it's sort of more of a wait and see issue. I think one thing, though, that when I've talked with German colleagues that they're mindful of, and I think we should all keep mindful of, is that if we stretch this decommissioning process out many, many decades, we need the know-how to actually complete the process. And Germany has already seen many of its nuclear engineering departments and universities close down. So they don't have a pipeline anymore for people to continue to work in this industry, which will exist for many decades while they decommission. So that's a cautionary tale for us. And in some ways it sort of bears on the question that you asked Eric too. But anyway, I'll let him answer that one.
I was hoping you would. No, the build, own, operate and the relationship to workforce issues, I don't think is limited to that one thing. I think it's more, countrywide and, country specific and regionally specific. I look around the audience here and it's like almost any other audience you would go to with nuclear, to talk about nuclear issues. I see Sam Brenton here. He's like the youngest person I know who's technically competent in nuclear stuff. And I think Sam's like in his 20s. So
we need to multiply.
And so we need to multiply that. But when you look at, the U.S. where we have a tremendous, the largest nuclear fleet on the planet, and we're struggling with these decisions of do we build more? We know we're going to be decommissioning, but you look at the number of colleges and universities and the number of students today that are majoring in, scientific and technical degrees that, not just nuclear engineering, but degrees that lend themselves to the nuclear industry. And it's different than it was in the 1960s, but I'm not going to be a naysayer and say that, oh, we don't have, X number of nuclear engineers entering the workforce here. I think we have bright people, across the board that, you get into transferable job skills and adaptable job skills. And so we saw the Nuclear Regulatory Commission ramp up back in the mid-2000s because of the, the bow wave of new plant license applications that they were anticipating. Well, I think these people can lend themselves to decommissioning. I think these people can lend themselves to building new plants as well. I think the market will respond to that with the right people. But, you get into the area that I just really flip a coin on and don't know where this is going to come down is when you get into institutional knowledge. Yeah. And so when you start looking at emerging nuclear states in the Middle East, they're hiring a lot of people from all over the world to come in. The same as China did with hiring Americans to come in and build their nuclear program. Well, as people build their nuclear programs, workforces and knowledge will develop and it will follow. So I think that, we spend a lot of time worrying about workforce issues, and we have to. It's imperative that we do. But, sometimes I think we may worry a little bit too much about it.
Just one word on your question about the build, own, operate. I would say that I would just hope that the countries that make these agreements have enough expertise to think about the decommissioning process, but I am worried that they do not.
Okay, so just to recap, I think your question was on the CPP timeline and what do the model and pretty much models in general do for policy uncertainty. And so policy uncertainty is, your model does what you assume. And so it doesn't really capture the fact that the CPP is stayed by the Supreme Court, and there's, as a result, uncertainty on the current timeline for the Clean Power Plan. So as of right now, the these state implementation plans are due or were due in 2018 at the latest, and compliance starts in 2022 and goes to 2030. And that's what we assume in both Clean Power Plan scenarios is that the CPP as finalized is in place. But that is the reason we do the no Clean Power Plan scenario, is because we're well aware of the fact that the current compliance period could change as a result of what happens in the Supreme Court, and we don't want to make any kind of judgments on how that's going to affect the timeline or what's going to happen, or that's not the point of this analysis. And so that's why we do the no Clean Power Plan scenarios, so folks can kind of see, okay, well, even with no Clean Power Plan, this is going to be the impacts.
Just a quick follow-up question. Have you done a case looking at, say, New York, with or without their latest zero emission?
So that's a really good question, actually, because since I didn't go into the weeds of what we've assumed, New York is actually not included in this analysis. We assume their plants are no longer at risk, which is, an assumption. So, the plants are probably still at some sort of risk. Obviously, there's the legal challenges that are going on. And so they're not part of this analysis. They're operating all the New York plants just as they not all the New York plants, sorry. The New York plants that are covered in the CES remain in operation, so.
Now I'd like to invite the audience for questions. Sam.
Yes, thank you so much. Allison and Eric, you both mentioned this, but in different perspectives, so I'd like to kind of get both of them. The public engagement importance on these decommissioning activities. So Allison, you mentioned the decommissioning planning rule and others. Can you tell me from a regulatory perspective how we think public engagement needs to change in decommissioning activities, or if we don't think that needs to change? And then Eric, how as a company you're working on public engagement? I mean, spending $1 now may save you $100 in the future, kind of in this kind of work. So if you could bring in the private expertise on public engagement.
Great question. Thanks, Sam. So right now, there's no rule about public engagement. There's no requirement for public engagement on decommissioning. And that's going to be reconsidered. And so what the practice has been is varied. So Maine Yankee, the Yankees, the Maine Yankee, Haddam Neck in Connecticut, and Yankee Row all decided, after pressure from local public, to actually form some kind of citizens advisory board. And it ended up being a very successful experience. You talk to Wayne Norton of the Yankees, and he will talk this up. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission can do nothing but recommend that these operators form some kind of public engagement group. And in the case of San Onofre, we did so. There was a lot of public interest before San Onofre decided to shut down, and then a lot of public interest when it decided to shut down. It took a little doing, but in the end, they did form what did they call the Community Engagement Panel, the CEP, and it runs really well. I had the opportunity to go out last June and talk to them, and they're going to get a lot of good input from the public, and it's not just the people who actually physically live near the plant. It's on these community engagement panels, they're usually some kind of representation from local government, mayors or town councilors, that kind of thing, as well as different activist groups. And so it's a good conversation, and maybe unions as well, that kind of thing. And so there's opportunities to meet, to come together, to discuss certain issues, to keep the public apprised of what's going on, when, how much it's costing, what are some of the issues and complications, and I think it's a really positive experience, and you know, I would strongly recommend it. So.
Well, public engagement is not something you do just to build a facility. You know, it's an ongoing relationship, and so you know today there are, if you look at low-level waste facilities, industrial facilities, et cetera, there are over 500 facilities around the country, not necessarily nuclear power plants, that have NRC licenses. Mm-hmm. There has to be something we can learn from those ongoing relationships that we can benefit from as we go forward and try to site, you know, what seems to be the holy grail of all nuclear siting, which is repositories and interim storage facilities. There has to be something we can learn from that public engagement. When I look at our company, for example, if you look at the DOE projects, nuclear DOE projects alone that we support, I'm not getting into our work on the commercial side. And then you look at what we've done in the UK with NDA and Canada, where we actually support their NWMO's consent-based siting process up there. It's really over 20 sites that we have a presence in. And if you go around to those sites, which I've been to most all of them, the project manager knows the mayor, they know the state rep, they know the senator, they know the you know, the local elected officials, they know the Chamber of Commerce people, they know the, I was out at a project last week, and one of the meetings we had was with the local school board and the head of the local Board of Education. And I'll tell you firsthand, the projects that work well, you have good relationships. The projects where you have problems are where you have a breakdown in the relationship. It's really that simple. Even projects where you have difficulties or you have events and accidents, as long as your relationship is good and the information and the back and forth is good, and I can't over stress how much relationships of trust mean. You've got to have those, and where there's a breakdown, you know, I can just tell you right now, if there's a problem, it's because you've had a breakdown in a relationship or a breakdown in trust. And so as I think we as a country, as we move forward, and other countries, you know, the UK, Canada, you know, Japan, others, where you have siting issues or operational issues, you have to find a way to not just achieve public consent on the front end, but maintain it until there's no longer a project there. And that's the challenge.
Steve?
Stephen Dawley with Platts. The U.S. nuclear industry is engaged in a comprehensive effort they call delivering the nuclear promise to try to significantly reduce their production costs, I think on the order of 30% or so over the next few years. I have a specific question for Whitney and then a more general question for the whole panel. Whitney, did your analysis take those efforts into account and incorporate those anticipated lower production costs in the analysis? And to the panelists more generally, are efforts to decrease the production costs of nuclear generation ever going to be sufficient to save plants that might be currently looking at early retirement?
That was a great question. But let me actually take a couple more questions. I ended up seeing more hands than I thought I did a couple minutes ago. So let me go to Sarah and then to Alan. Yep. Okay. And then we'll just bundle the questions and then ask the panelists, speakers to respond.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kalish, and I'm a senior research analyst at the Brattle Group. I had a question about So I'm aware that commercial nuclear reactor plants have pursued spent fuel litigation and are often awarded damages for this. And for this reason, it seems that there wouldn't be a pressure to reduce ISFSI costs if the DOE is being found to be liable for this, and kind of the cost incentives there and all of your thoughts. I guess this would be most directed at you, Dr. Allison McFarland.
Alan on Global America Business Institute. Thank you for your presentations. I was just wondering if any of the panelists had any thoughts or insights into the possibility of mothballing instead of decommissioning units, looking specifically at prematurely shut down units that are still perfectly operable with the aim of preserving the option to restart those units later on should market conditions change.
I guess one more question from Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon Squasoni from CSIS. I was really interested to see the dispute over Kewanee and the fact that Dominion, if I understand the news reports correctly, has said, well, the land doesn't cost anything, so they're not going to pay taxes on it, but the kinds of things, and they hadn't paid taxes on it, property taxes, but the kinds of benefits that they had been giving the community that were done through the utility fees are obviously no longer going to be provided. And that 60-year period is a long time for that community to not be able to sell that land or redevelop it. Is that typical? Has that happened in other places? And would that be another reason, besides your safety ones, Allison, for shortening that period?
Yeah, I'll go first because this is a relatively simple answer. So this is how do the delivering the nuclear promise costs, which I think are a 30% reduction in cost, how do they factor into the modeling? So the short answer is that we assume costs go on as is. There isn't kind of any kind of cost reduction.
Okay. Let me start with mothballing. I love the concept of the idea because you think, well, why don't you just, it's like having an old, tractor on the farm. It's still good. You can park it in the barn out back, and if we ever need it, because the new tractor breaks down, we can use it. But however, you have some complicating factors like your license is only good for a certain number of years, and while you have that licensing, you're paying, I think, what is it, like $4 million a year to the, regulator costs, and you've got a workforce that has to be there. And so I think the concept of mothballing and doing it cheaply doesn't exist in the regulatory framework. And that would, my head wants to explode when I think about what would have to change to be able to accommodate that. Neat idea, but I just don't think it's practical because, again, I look at what it costs just to maintain a pad with fuel on it. So if you're starting to look at pumps and motors and, circulating, heat transfer systems and that kind of thing, and Bradick water, et cetera, in a spent fuel pool, I love the idea, but when I start thinking about what it would do, it's difficult. Utility litigation, there is not a utility or a power plant with spent nuclear fuel that will ever lose a lawsuit to the federal government. They will win all of them, and they will get their costs reimbursed. And that is a cost that is paid out of the judgment fund at which means it's a taxpayer liability, not a ratepayer liability. And at last count, I believe that was projected to be in excess of $20 billion. And unless and until we can, start consolidating fuel at an interim storage facility or moving it to a repository, those costs are going to continue. I don't know if that answers the question, but we can talk more about that at the reception. I know too much about it because of my role when I was at DOE involved in all of that. So.
Yeah, the costs are going to continue until there's new legislation, actually, I think. And as I said, there is pressure to reduce the costs on site because of that, so you're right. Nuclear production costs, will lowering them stop retirements? I don't know, Steve. Many things go into a decision to retire a plant, not just the costs. You know, it's future projections. Remember that the utilities that own these facilities own a lot of other kinds of facilities. They own fossil facilities, and often they'll make decisions based on their fossil fleet, not necessarily their nuclear fleet. So many issues bear on a decision to retire a plant. I completely agree with Eric about mothballing. You know, it's just too difficult. Look at Watts Bar, all right? Watts Bar was largely built, Watts Bar 2 was largely built by the 1980s, and then it was stopped. And to actually start it up last week, they had to actually replace most of the pumps, most of the bits that actually spun and moved. It was a huge expense to do that. So I don't know that anybody would take that on, especially with a lot of these plants that are really old. They're going to need lots of things to be replaced. Remember that there's a fair amount of buried equipment. There's buried wiring, there's buried piping. What happens to that over time? And the integrity of that? You know, how are you going to be sure about that? That's one of the real complicating factors, by the way, for going out to 80 years for a license. And then in terms of Sharon's question about the land issue, you know, it really depends on who owns the land. So, for instance, the case of San Onofre in Southern California, that land is owned by the Marines or the Navy station that's near there. That's not owned by the community. And look at the case of Humboldt in California. That land, you know, they didn't get rid of the reactor and then say, oh, now it's going to be a nice park. No, they got rid of the reactor and built like a natural gas plant. So, you know, it depends on who owns the land. But certainly, what happens with that land is really a contentious issue for the local communities. Definitely the case with Vermont Yankee. Vermont really wants that land to be used for something. And you know, the merchant owner, they don't, well, first of all, they don't have enough money in their decommissioning fund to do anything right now, but that's a real point of contention there. So maybe we'll see what the Nuclear Regulatory Commission does.
And I didn't mean to not answer your question. I have an opinion on some of the decisions that go into shutting down plants. If you look at the plants that have been shut down, you know, now, some of them are older, but some of them are smaller plants where you have, you know, like Dairyland and some of the ones that aren't your, you know, 1,000 megawatt plants, et cetera. And so when you looked at the cost of running those, I kind of equate it to like a 1923 International, you know, truck. You know, they get like 11 miles per gallon. You know, these things are just really expensive to operate based on the power they produce. So it was a fairly easy decision to make to shut them down because they didn't produce enough power to cover their costs. Right. So, and that's one of the challenges that SMR producers, manufacturers are going to have, because you start looking at these small modular reactors, and unless you get up to that 700 megawatt, you know, power production, which is almost a PWR, BWR, unless you get to that threshold where you're going to produce enough power and sell it on the grid, you're not really making enough money to cover your cost. So that's one of the challenges that SMR manufacturers are going to have.
Well, it's been a sort of a long day, but I think the 3 sessions look at a whole range of economic implications, and certainly, if I may say so myself, because I got to chair this session, but I think this is the session where I think there has been least amount of debate or examination, and I feel that having sat through this session, having asked questions to the expert panelists, I think we're a little smarter, with the when it comes to what type of challenges, opportunities, or implications there may be associated with the nuclear retirement, and what sort of a national debate we might be having. So I'm very grateful. And before I invite everyone to please join me in thanking the panelists, I do want to make some household announcements. First off, slides, they'll be made available on the website, so no need to, start emailing CSIS staff and then asking for the link. They should be available by tomorrow. And then, second off, we will, thank you so much again to our wonderful sponsors, Hitachi GE, Mitsubishi Nuclear, and JETRO for this opportunity. And we will have reception right outside this conference room. So please do stay around and actually, just, get to know what, the others in the audience, but then also some of the speakers that are still here. And last but not least, please join me in thanking this expert panel for their insights.